Hey, and a very pleasant good afternoon to you from Michael Berger Field on the campus of the University of Illinois in Champaign. It's the Iowa Hawkeyes facing the Fighting Illini of Illinois in game number 2 of the 3-game softball series going on between these two Big Ten clubs. Game number 1 yesterday went to Illinois by the score of 4-2. That moved Illinois to an 11-3 Big Ten record and keeps them in 3rd place in the Big Ten right now. And Iowa still in a tie for 12th place, actually in a tie for 13th now with Rutgers. Iowa at 1-14, Rutgers at 1-15. And again, they only take the top 12 into the Big Ten Conference Tournament in 3 weeks. But there's still a lot of softball to be played, including the 2 being played today against a doubleheader today, with the first one coming up here in the next couple of minutes. And tomorrow's game was moved to today, mixing it as a doubleheader with this first game because of the inclement weather expected for tomorrow here in Champaign. In game number 1 yesterday that went to Illinois, it was a hard-fought battle between these two, as neither team would score in their first. In the top of the second inning, the Hawks would get a run. Sophia Morris with a 1-out single, moved to second on a wild pitch, and then she would be hit home by Sammy Diaz with an RBI single later on, and that would be where the Hawks ended in that second inning. But Illinois would come back in the bottom of their second inning and tie the score. They got a double from Delaney Rummel, and she would then eventually score on the single from Bella Loya. And so we're tied at 1s through the 3rd, 4th, and 5th inning. At least for the Hawks, they didn't score in the top of the 5th inning, although Iowa did have bases loaded in the top of the 4th inning. Couldn't get any runs across. In the top of the 5th, they had one runner on. And Illinois would come to bat in the bottom of their 5th inning, and it would start off with a single from Peyton Berkmeyer, by Gabby Robles. She moved to second on an error, and then it was an RBI single by Stevie Mead to score her. Then another single by Megan Word, a walk to Keller Riono, and then an RBI single coming up with Kaylee Powell to score 2. That was a 2 RBI double for Powell, and that is what gave Illinois the 4-1 lead. Heading into the top of the 5th inning, Iowa would get a runner on. Couldn't do anything with it. In the bottom of the 5th, that was the 5th inning. It was the top of the 6th that Iowa would get a run, a home run, a solo shot from Denali Lekker, who hit her 8th home run of the season in her 3rd at-bat, making the score 4-2. Iowa would then get 2 more runners on, having them at 2nd and 3rd base with 2 outs, but a strikeout ended that at-bat for the Hawkeyes. In the 7th inning, Illinois would get a runner on and not able to move her across for an insurance run, but Iowa went 3 up, 3 down in the in the top of the 7th inning as Sydney Sickles came in to pitch for Illinois, and she recorded 3 strikeouts in that top of the 7th inning. So that brings us to today, game number 2 of this 3-game series, and against a doubleheader today. I'll get to more of that coming up here shortly. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
Anything can happen when the Cyclones and Hawkeyes come to compete. It's where the rubber meets the road. Neighbors become rivals and friends become foes. Some go home brokenhearted, while others are victorious. When the dust finally settles, one thing stands true. No matter which side you're on, you're part of tradition. For those who are Iowan through and through, we're Iowa Corn, a proud sponsor of the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk Series. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa.
Iowa City Tire and Service is a proud supporter of Hawkeye softball. Find them at 410 Kirkwood Avenue or online at ictire.com. Iowa City Tire, where service actually comes first. So the Hawks will adjust this lineup a little bit today, not too terribly much at all. Riley Sheehy will be in to play left field today. She didn't play at all in yesterday's game. Bradley Klosterman will lead it off for the Hawks. She is a sophomore center fielder. Nia Carter will bat second. The junior right fielder, Denali Lekker, will bat third as a designated player. And a sophomore, Kalenna Burns, a junior first baseman, batting fourth. Sophia Morris had quite a game yesterday on every time she was at bat. The junior playing shortstop again today. She is batting fifth. Sammy Diaz will be playing second base today, the sophomore batting sixth. Grace Baines will be playing third base again today, the sophomore batting seventh. Tristan Doster is batting eighth, and she is behind the plate today. And Riley Sheehy will be batting ninth. And playing left field, the senior for the Hawks. Brianna Vasquez in the circle for Iowa today. And we'll get to her numbers here shortly as we await the start of this softball game between the Hawks and the Fighting Illini from Eichelberger Field. A glorious day yesterday, and even nicer day today, although the wind is much stronger today than it was. Brianna Vasquez did get in yesterday, pitched 2/3 of an inning. She faced 2 batters and threw but 3 pitches. Her last outing had been against Ohio State back on April 16, which would have been last Sunday, where she threw 5 innings, 8 hits. She gave up 5 runs, 4 of them earned. She walked a batter, struck out 3, and she did take the loss in that game. The Hawks will be facing a pretty good Illinois softball team that is ranked number 25 in the country. Got some pretty good talent at the plate. And again, with Sydney Sickles, and she's throwing again today. She'll start the game today. She is quite the talent as a senior out of Indianola, Iowa. Got away from the Hawks 4 years ago. And on her way to Illinois, she went, and she's provided some pretty good pitching for Illinois. She was the number 1 pitcher a year ago with innings pitched, the number 1 pitcher 2 years ago. She's the number 1 pitcher this year with 99 2/3 innings pitched, and she did throw in yesterday's game. She threw just 1 1/3 innings, and again, she had 4 strikeouts. So all 4 of the batters she faced struck out. Waiting the start of this game, it's Iowa and Illinois. Back with it. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
Looking for a place to go before and after Hawkeye home games? Make a night of it at Graduate Iowa City Hotel. Take advantage of our in-house Topgolf Swing Suite for a full bar and a menu of American classics, and most importantly, a selection of exciting virtual games from favorites like golf, football, and baseball to more unique options like zombie dodgeball. Call 319-337-4058 for details and reservations at Graduate Iowa City Hotel.
Hang with me here as Iowa and Illinois are set to do battle here shortly in a first game of a doubleheader from Eichelberger Field. And Brody Klosterman steps to the plate, pops one up down the right field line, shallow right field in foul territory. That is hauled in by first baseman Kaylee Powell for the University of Illinois. So she, after yesterday going 0 for 4 with a strikeout, starts off today with a pop-up to first base and 1 out. Nia Carter now will come to the plate. Nia also 0 for yesterday, 0 for 3. So the top 2 hitters in this team were 0 for 7 in the game. They're looking to change that today. Nia Carter comes in with a .426 average. Here she pops up just outside of over the top of shortstop and into center field. And coming in to make the catch for the Fighting Illini is Gabby Robles. And that's 2 gone here in Iowa's top of the first inning. That'll bring up Denali Lekker. Here's the first pitch to her that she'll hit and foul it back. Denali yesterday 1 for 2. With a run scored at being a home run that she hit in the top of the 6th inning. And that's her RBI for the day. That improves her average to .291, 30 hits and 103 at-bats. She's down on the count at no balls and 1 strike. Here's the 0-1 that's up and away. 1 ball and 1 strike, 30 hits and 103 at-bats, 4 doubles, a triple, and 8 home runs. Leads the Hawks in home run hitting on the season. For the Hawks, their 23rd home run was yesterday. Here is the 1-1. Now that becomes 1 ball and 2 strikes. Now, the thing about Sydney Sickles is this young lady has pitched strongly in the last 3 years. She's currently on a shutout streak in innings of 27.2. And here's a swing and a miss by Denali Lekker, and so she will strike out. And that'll end the Hawks at bat here in the top of the first inning. Get nobody on, get nobody across. We played a half inning. We're headed to the bottom of the first. It's Iowa and Illinois right here on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
In Iowa, we grow corn, a lot of corn. We love seeing our farmers in the fields, and although they're perfect strangers, we know them. We know them by their equipment covered in dust. We know them by their work ethic, where days off don't exist. We know them by the way they wave, passing strangers alike on a two-lane road. We know them in the midst of our kitchen as we prepare another family meal. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. The Iowa corn farmers are proud to be on the sidelines for the Iowa Hawkeyes.
University of Iowa Sports Medicine delivers comprehensive care for competitive and recreational athletes of all ages. Our team of orthopedic surgeons, physicians, and specialists are committed to reducing pain and injury through our advanced training and experience. Same-day, next-day appointments available. No referral needed. Learn more by visiting uihc.org/sportsmedicine. Brianna Vasquez in the circle for the Hawks. She'll come in. She making her 24th start on the season, 95 and 2/3 innings that she has pitched, 119 hits, 73 runs, 64 of them earned, giving her a 4.68 ERA. Nothing sizzling about that, but she really has some nice off-speed pitches that she uses quite well. She has walked 47 batters and struck out. She has struck out 76. Avery Steiner will step to the plate. Avery 0 for 4 in yesterday's game, leading this team in hitting with a .385 average. She the number 11 hitter in the Big Ten. So she certainly is one the Hawks do have to pay attention to. Iowa in its black pant and white jersey with the black number and outlined with the gold trim around it. Here's the 1-1 or 0-1 that becomes 1 ball and 1 strike on Avery Steiner. Steiner, a second-team All-Big Ten player from a year ago, and a National Fast Pitch Coaches Association Midwest All-Region first team. Here's the 1-1 off speed upstairs. 2 balls and 1 strike. Avery Steiner, senior out of Fowler, Ohio. Here is the 2-1. Now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes as Brianna throws it right by her. Steiner with 57 hits, 148 at bats. That would be 57 hits now and 152 at bats. She was 0-4 yesterday. 9 doubles are credit to her extra base hits. Here's the 2-2 that's up and away, so it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Tristan Doster, the freshman catcher from Fort Dodge, behind the plate today. Marissa Peak caught game 1 yesterday, did an admirable job for the Hawks. Again, another glorious day in Champaign. Very warm. And it is 80 degrees. Here's a pitch that's fouled back down the third base line, well back behind the backstop. 80 degrees, and it's supposed to be windy, which it is currently all day long. 25 mile per hour right out of the south. And I believe that will be blowing from left to right. Here is the bouncer right to Sammy Diaz. Picks and to Kalenna Burns for the quick out. She had no time at all. She had to go to her right a couple of steps, field it, and throw almost as soon as she fielded. 1 out in Illinois' bottom of the first inning. Stevie Mead now will come to the plate. Mead 2 for 3 in yesterday's game. A couple of singles. She singled in her second and third at-bats as an RBI single the second time. Here's the first pitch to her, the right-hander she'll swing at and foul it down the right field line. Giving chase is Kalenna Burns, not being able to judge it and pick it out of the air. And so it falls harmlessly to the ground for the first strike against Stevie Mead, batting .315. coming into today's game, 39 hits, 40 hits, and 123 at-bats. Here's one that she rips down the left field line, and it'll be well out of the reach of Riley Sheehy giving chase to it. Meade able to get around on that pitch and give it a little bit of a ride. I think she put a little too much loft underneath it, but again, she's hitting into that fierce wind. So it's no balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Brianna Vasquez, one that's upstairs. Vasquez, transfer from Central Florida, where she sizzled in the year 2020 in the pandemic season, where she had a 1.79 in 8 starts, in 8 appearances, had 2 complete games then, and then in 2019 a 1.72, and she was 11-7. Here is a swing and a miss. So 2 gone in Illinois' bottom of the first inning. Stevie Meade down on strikes, the freshman. First strikeout for Vasquez on the game. Brings up Megan Ward. Ward yesterday, 1 for 2. She walked once, and she did score a run. She scored the run on a single by Kaylee Powell. Ward, the left-handed hitting sophomore shortstop. The first pitch from Brianna Vasquez, strike 1. Ward coming into the series at .333. Coming into this game at .336. Here's one that's a bouncer. Actually, it's lifted, fouled on the left field line. Ward at .333 coming into the series, coming into today and after yesterday at .336. Again, as she was 1 for 2 with the runs scored. So 47 hits and 140 at-bats. She leads the team in doubles hit with 16. Here's the 0-2 from Brianna Vasquez. Pitch that's upstairs. And ball 1. No triples nor home runs for Megan Ward. This Illinois team has hit a number of home runs on the season. Coming into the series, they'd hit 26. Here are the 1-2. One that's Ward will foul back into the backstop, just trying to hang alive in this at-bat. So Megan Ward down on the count of the ball and 2 strikes to Brianna Vasquez. Here's the pitch, an off-speed pitch that she hits out to right field. Nia Carter plays it nicely, and the Hawkeyes end the Fighting Illini in the bottom of the first inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody on base nor left on base. So we're through 1 inning of play in this doubleheader between the Hawks and the Fighting Illini. We're scoreless. When play resumes, Kalenna Burns will be at the plate, the number 4 hitter, the junior first baseman. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
Hi, Hawkeye fans. My name is Denali.
And I'm Briley, and we're members of your Iowa Hawkeye softball team.
Our team is striving to be number 1.
And that's why we trust our vehicles to Iowa City Tire and Service, the number 1 automotive shop in Iowa City,
where service actually comes first.
Iowa City Tire and Service, where their customers become friends because they treat you like family. Find them at 410 Kirkwood Avenue or online at ictire.com. Proud sponsors of Hawkeye softball.
Hey, Iowa fans, you're asked for your ideas about a new song for the Hawkeye Wave at the end of the first quarter of every Hawkeye home football game. Patients and families inside the UI Steed Family Children's Hospital, the recipients of all of those gestures, and it really has been quite a addition to the University of Iowa football home day. It's caught on nationwide. Nominate by going on HawkeyeSports.com/wave. The top 8 songs will be voted on by fans on July 11th. They'll narrow it down to 4, have a second round, narrow it down to 2, have a final round to determine the anthem for the Wave, and that'll be announced on the 1st of August. Here's Kalenna Burns at the plate. First pitch to her is lifted down the right field line, not very far, and over there to make the catch for the Fighting Illini is Keller Riono. and the first out of the Hawks. Top of the second inning. That'll bring up Sophia Morris. Morris, quite the game yesterday. Here's the first pitch to her that's up and in, so it's 1 ball and no strikes. She had 2 official at-bats. She had 2 hits. She did walk once. She scored a run, and one of her hits was a double. Ahead in the count at 1 ball and no strikes. Now it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Sydney Sickles in the circle for Fighting Illini. Again, 99 2/3 innings pitched coming into the series. She pitched 1 in the 3rd yesterday, so that puts her over 100. 101 coming into the game. Here's the 1-1 to Sophia. Takes a cut at 1 and misses it. Sickles, 88 hits, 43 runs, 35 earned, a 2.46 ERA. She the reigning Big Ten Player of the Week for her performance last week. Here's the 1-2 to Sophia. She swings and misses, gets underneath that, takes an uppercut versus a level cut, and she's down on strikes. That's the second strikeout for Sickles. And for Sickles, she is second in the program for strikeouts. She's got a long way to go to get to the number 1 spot, but certainly very proud of what she has done, is her and her coach. Had 507 coming in through 4 yesterday. Now she's up to 511. Now make it 513 with the 2 already today. Here's the 1-0 to Sammy Diaz. Now it's 2 balls and no strikes. Diaz yesterday was 1 for 3, an RBI single in the second inning. Here's the 2-0 to Sammy. A swing and a miss. Took a good cut at one, but just couldn't connect with it. And she's still ahead in the count at 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the 2-1 to Sammy. It's up and away from her. So 3 balls and 1 strike on the sophomore second baseman. Here's the 3-1 tour that is upstairs, and it's ball 4 to the sophomore from Cypress, California, Sammy Diaz. So she gets on base once again here in this series. That'll bring up Grace Baines. Sammy drawing the 6th walk of the season. Here's the first pitch to Grace into foul territory down the first base line, and coming to make the catch is Illinois' Kaylee Powell, and that will end the Hawks quickly here in the top of the second inning. Get a runner on with a 2-out walk to Sammy Diaz. Can't move her around. And we're still scoreless heading into the bottom of the second inning with the Fighting Illini coming to bat. You are listening to Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
There's a sense of pride that comes from the life of a farmer. How many people can say they have a famous tan named after them, or be known for their wave when they drive past neighbors and strangers alike on a 2-lane road? Whether it's a farmer's tan or the farmer's wave, we are proud to be known for a lot of things. We feel that pride every night at the dinner table, knowing we feed our family and yours. Iowa Corn is proud to be on the sidelines cheering on the Iowa Hawkeyes. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa.
Home of the Hawkeyes, Finkbine Golf Course and Bumps Restaurant is open for the 2022 golf season, featuring 18 holes of public golf as well as handcrafted American fare. Stop by today to enjoy quality golf at Finkbine and terrific food from Bumps Restaurant. And talking about Hawkeye golf, the men's golf team hosted the Invitational last weekend. Kansas won it with a 12 under 852. Iowa in second at 10 under 854. Kansas's Harry Hillier was the medalist at 8 under 208, and Garrett Teig of the University of Iowa 1 stroke back at 7 under 209. Mac McClear was at 3 under par. He finished 5th at 213. The men will be off to the Big Ten Championships next weekend in French Lick, Indiana, for the Big Tens. Hawks were Big Ten champions a year ago. The women's Big Ten Championships are in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, at Fox Chapel Golf Club in Fox Chapel. After the first day, Michigan State The team leader at 200 par, 282. Iowa in 13th at 25 over par, 309. Leela Rains of Michigan State and Michaela Vavarona of Nebraska tied for the lead in the medalist honors at 3 under 68. They are into round 2 as I speak to you. Keller Riono comes to the plate for the Fighting Illini. Here's the 2-0 to her. She takes a good cut and misses. Riono 0 for 2 yesterday. She walked and struck out, and she would score a run. She walked in the 5th inning and would be the second run of the half inning. Here's a hot shot to Sophia Morris, having to go to her right and play it off the ground. We'll see what they record it as. So it brings up Delaney Rummel with Keller Riono getting on base. Here's the first pitch to Rummel. That's up and away, so it's ball 1. Still waiting the official word on whether that was a base hit for Keller Riono or an error on Sophia Morris. And it is a base hit, a single for Keller Riono, her first of the weekend. Here is the 1-0. It's a one-hopper to third base. Grace Baines picks up, fires across the diamond. Has no play at second base for the force. She'll get the out at first, and it'll bring up Kaylee Powell with a runner at second base. And for Kaylee Powell yesterday, 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs. 2 RBI single for Powell. The senior first baseman batting .301 coming into the game. Here is the first pitch to her. That's upstairs, so it's 1 ball and no strikes. This is game 1 of the doubleheader between the Hawks and the Fighting Illini. Moved tomorrow's single game to today to make it a doubleheader, as the weather will get far worse in southern Illinois, south central Illinois tomorrow than it is today. Here is the 1-0 that Powell will get around and foul it back into the backstop fence. Powell, a first-team All-Big Tenner a year ago, also part of the All-Big Ten defensive team. Coming into the series, 36 hits and 120 at-bats. She's 37 and 123 into this at-bat. Here's the 1-1 that's just off the plate. 12 doubles and 2 home runs for Kaylee Powell. This is an Illinois team that leads the Big Ten in doubles hit. They had 1 yesterday. 82 doubles coming into today's game. 2 balls and a strike. Here's the pitch from Brianna Vasquez. Down and in. Doster does a nice job to smother it. Keep it from going underneath her and to the backstop. So 3 balls and 1 strike. Got a runner on, got a runner out. Here in Illinois' bottom of the 2nd inning. Both teams scored a run in yesterday's second at-bat. Here now is the 3-1 from Brianna Vasquez. A pitch that Powell gets around on but fouls it down the left field line and well out of play. Nice crowd on hand here at Eichelberger Field on the campus of the University of Illinois. Again, an 80-degree day. And the wind out of the south at 25 miles per hour, gusting up to 35. But just gloriously warm. Certainly very conducive to college softball. Here is the 3-2, a pitch that's fouled back again. So 3-2 on the senior first baseman, Kaylee Powell. Powell second in batting a year ago, batting .328. But a 4-year player for Tyra Perry. Powell 2 years ago batted .161 in the pandemic-stricken season. Here's the 3-2 again. One is she'll foul it back again. And Powell 3 years ago, a .259 hitter, part of a team that went 33-25 back in 2019. Brianna Vasquez in the circle for the Hawks. She's got an Illinois runner at second base. That's Keller Riono, who singled to start this half inning. Delaney Rummel would bounce out to Grace Baines at third, and here's the 3-2 again off the plate, and it's ball 4. Didn't miss by much, but it was enough for the umpire to not ring her up for strike 3 and make it ball 4. So Kaylee Powell draws the walk. And for Powell, it's the 17th time that she has walked on the season. Brianna Vasquez has walked the 48th batter of the season, of her season. Here is a pitch that's hit out to right field, right at Nia Carter on the line drive. She turns, fires over to third base, and the ball got there, bounced around Grace Baines, but making it to third on the dive is Keller Riono. And on the play to third, it moved Kaylee Powell to second base. And with 2 outs, it brings up Zoe Carroll. Zoe Carroll, her first appearance in this series, getting her 15th start on the season, 20th appearance, a .344 hitter, though, 11 hits and 32 at-bats. She's got a couple of doubles for her extra base hits to her credit. Runners at second and third and 2 out. Here's the first pitch to her. It's called strike 1. Nice pitch by Brianna Vasquez. Zoe Carroll, freshman, catching today. She's a freshman from Topeka, Kansas. Here now is the 0-1 from Brianna Vasquez. Now foul back. It becomes no balls and 2 strikes. Vasquez to Doster. Grace Baines at third. Sophia Morris at short. Sammy Diaz at second. Kalenna Burns at first. Riley Sheehan left. Briley Klosterman in center. And Nia Carter in right to complete the defense for the Hawks. Here's the 0-2. Pitch that is swung on and missed. Nice pitch by Brianna Vasquez as Carroll will strike out, ending the Fighting Illini. Here in the bottom of the second inning, they have runners at second and third. So we go to the top of the third inning, and we're scoreless. Tristan Doster, the number 8 hitter, will lead it off for the Hawks when play resumes. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
Have you heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big, bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit Epson.com/TV to learn more.
So the Hawkeye defense done very well here so far against this Fighting Illini offense. Again, Illinois comes in with the second leading batting average in the Big Ten behind Nebraska. Nebraska 329, Illinois at 318. Don't know if that's changed any from after yesterday's game. Illinois in that game had 8 hits in their 4 runs. Bella Loya, who's coming up here in the next at-bat, had 2 of those hits. Here is the first pitch to Tristan Doster against Sydney Sickles. She'll take a whack at it and will foul it back into the backstop. Tristan pinch hit in yesterday's game in the bottom of the 7th or top of the 7th inning and would strike out in the game. She caught all 3 games against Ohio State. Now looks at a pitch that's right down the middle of the plate, no balls and 2 strikes. Hasn't had a hit since the last game, since the second game of the Minnesota series. Here we go. Here's one that's off the end of the bat. And picking it up is Powell at first base, right along the first base line in front of the bag. And she steps on first, and that's the first out of Iowa's top of the 3rd inning. Tristan had been on a 4-game hitting streak up to that point. So the last game of Minnesota, the first game of Nebraska and all three of the Ohio State games, she was unable to get a hit. Here's Riley Sheehy lifting one just over top of shortstop and out to left field. And on the first pitch, Riley Sheehy will fly out to the left fielder, Stevie Mead. And it brings up the top of the order in Briley Klosterman. Briley, coming into the series, had been on a 4-game hitting streak. That got snapped yesterday as she went 0 for 4, had a strikeout in the game. Here's the first pitch to her from Sickles. It's upstairs on her. Klosterman, in last year's series, in which Iowa won 3 of the 4 games in Iowa City, three hits in that series. Now she's even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. 2 outs in Iowa's top of the 3rd inning. Top of the order, and Briley Klosterman at the plate. Here is the 1-1 pitch that she swings at and misses. It seems like they're trying to take an uppercut, trying to catch up with that rise ball. So she's down on the count of the ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch that's off the plate on the outside, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on the sophomore out of North Liberty, prepping at Iowa City Liberty High School. She has 9 multi-hit games on the season, and coming into this series had hit multi-hit games 3 of the last 4. Here's the 2-2 that she fouls back into the backstop. She had 3 hits in the 3rd game against Ohio State last Sunday, 2 hits on Saturday and 1 hit on Friday, and then she had 2 hits in game number 2 against Nebraska back on the 12th, a Tuesday afternoon doubleheader affair in Lincoln. But she's been held hitless here. Here's one that she'll check swing foul. Briley 0 for 4 yesterday. Coming into today, 33 of 115, now 33-116 with 8 doubles, and she's had a couple of home runs. Here's a swing and a miss on a drop ball. She can't catch up to, so she now is 0 for 2. She becomes the 3rd strikeout victim of Sydney Sickles, and that's the end of the Hawks here in the top of the 3rd inning. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. It'll be the number 9 hitter, Gabby Robles, for Illinois when play resumes. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
Anything can happen when the Cyclones and Hawkeyes come to compete. It's where the rubber meets the road. Neighbors become rivals and friends become foes. Some go home broken-hearted, while others are victorious. When the dust finally settles, one thing stands true. No matter which side you're on, you're part of tradition for those who are Iowan through and through. We're Iowa Corn, a proud sponsor of the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk Series. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa.
Going on campus today, the track and field is hosting the Musco Lighting Invitational. That's underway. Running events are going on as I speak to you. They had some yesterday. Sophomore Austin West was the Big Ten Field Athlete of the Week for his performance at the Mount Sac Relays last week in the decathlon of all things. 8,179 points he accumulated, which is a new school record. He finished 2nd in the decathlon competition to Arkansas NCAA Indoor Heptathlon champion Aiden Owens. So again, if you want to get out there, you got to get out there today to watch this Musco Invitational. Some terrific athleticism there all across the state of Iowa, and a few teams, athletes coming from the outside. So we head into the bottom of the 3rd inning. We're scoreless between Iowa and Illinois. Illinois won the first game by the score of 4-2. They will send Gabby Robles to the plate. Robles, a .216 hitter, the junior center fielder. Here is the first offering to her as she bunts up into the air. Coming down from third base, Grace Baines will field it just in front of the circle. That's out number 1 in the Fighting Illini's bottom of the 3rd inning. Comes to the top of the order, Avery Steiner. Back at the plate, 0 for 4 yesterday, 0 for 1 today. So Iowa's done a nice job, number 1, of not giving her any pitches to hit. And if she does hit anything, it's been ground balls or flyouts. We'll see what she did. She grounded out three times yesterday, and popped up to Baines at 3rd. Here's the first offering from Brianna Vasquez. That is right on the outside corner, so it's strike 1. Steiner, a second-team All-Big Ten performer a year ago, but made the National Fast Pitch Coaches Association Midwest All-Region first team. Here's the 0-1 to her, pitch that's up and away. Vasquez going after with a hard pitch, a rise ball. It just tells you how strong the Big Ten is all across the upper Midwest. Not all those teams are in the Midwest region. Here's the 1-1 to Avery Steiner. She bunts up into the air and will foul it back just in front of the Illinois dugout. We're in the bottom of the third inning. Scoreless. A pitcher's duel ensuing right here between Brianna Vasquez and Sydney Sickles for Illinois. Here's the 1-2 from Vasquez. A pitch that's up and in. Steiner had to hold off from that. I know she looked like she wanted to take a cut at it, but she chose the better not to. So 2 balls and 2 strikes on the senior second baseman, batting .375. She came into the series a .385 hitter. Now 375. Here's the 2-2, one that she hits out to left field, and then a bounce right in front of Riley Sheehy. So Avery Steiner with her first hit of the series, coming here in game number 2. A little dink hit out to left shallow left field over the top of Sophia Morris, who was racing out there from shortstop but couldn't get to it. So with a runner on, 1 out, Stevie Mead will come to the plate. Mead struck out on her first at-bat. Yesterday was 2 for 3. So she 48 of 142. Here is the first pitch to her. She squares the bunt, pulls back, and takes a cut at it. 8 doubles, a triple, and 3 home runs. So Mead does have a little pop in that bat. She came in with a .306 average. Now up to .315. Down on the count of the ball and no strikes. Here's the second pitch, just laced foul down the left field line, just outside of left field, the left field line. Otherwise, that's extra base hits and a run scored for Illinois. So no balls and 2 strikes. On Stevie Mead, the freshman. Here's the 0-2 to her, a pitch that she'll bounce right to Sophia Morris. She'll step on second, fire to first, and not in time. She was close enough that she had to take 3 quick steps to get to second base, or she could have lobbed it to Sammy Diaz, but that still wouldn't have created enough time to get the speedy Stevie Mead running down the first baseline, but it does create the second out. And it'll bring up Megan Ward. Megan Ward coming into the series at .333, now up to .336. 1 for 2 yesterday with a run scored. She walked once. Here's the first pitch to her that's off the plate. Ball 1. Again, scoreless. We're in the bottom of the third inning. Hawkeyes and the Fighting Illini battling it out here. For Iowa, they are in 13th place and by themselves in the Big Ten with just 1 win, that coming back in the Minnesota first game of the series. Here is an off-speed pitch that Ward can't hardly hold up on, and she didn't realize or really want to take a good cut at it, so she just kind of took a simple little wave and missed, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Whereas Illinois is in 3rd place with an 11-3 record after yesterday's 4-2 win, so huge game here for both of these teams, but especially for Iowa. Here's the 1-1. That'll be away, so it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Had a chance to talk to Renee Gillespie, and, they know that they're better than their 1-14 record in the Big Ten, but the reality is they're 1-14 in the Big Ten. They just have to overcome it themselves with performance on the field. Here's the 2-1 from Brianna Vasquez. It's a pitch that's down and away. She swung at it as a steal attempt is successful for Stevie Mead. Ward swung at it just to create a little bit extra time for Mead to get down to second base. And for Stevie Mead, that makes the 6th stolen base in 8 attempts for her. And I think they're appealing to the field umpire between first and second to see if Meade had left early. And I don't think she did, but head coach Renee Gillespie now has come out to talk to the home plate umpire. So now they're going to call in both umpires to confer about. Now I imagine they're going to be talking about whether or not she left early. And I'm assuming that neither umpire actually saw her leave at all until they look at her going towards second base. And so now the home plate umpire looks over at Renee Gillespie and says, no way, she didn't leave early. So she'll be at second base with the stolen base. And with 2 outs in Illinois' bottom of the third, they have a runner at second, Megan Ward, at the plate. She's got a 3-1. Count on her. Left-handed hitting Ward. Sophomore shortstop. Got a nice glove and a good rocket arm. Here's the 3-1 to her. She gets around on it, misses the pitch right of the outside corner. Nice placement by Brianna Vasquez. So it brings us a full count here. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Megan Ward. Ward a year ago. Here's the 3-2 to her. She swings out and misses, and that strikeout ends the Illini here in the bottom of the third inning. And for Brianna Vasquez, the 3rd strikeout of the game, leaves a runner stranded at second. We're through 3. We head to the top of the 4th inning. Nia Carter will start it off for the Hawks when play resumes. 0s between Iowa and Illinois. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
Looking for a place to go before and after Hawkeye home games? Make a night of it at Graduate Iowa City Hotel. Take advantage of our in-house Topgolf Swing Suite for a full bar and a menu of American classics, and most importantly, a selection of exciting virtual games from favorites like golf, football, and baseball to more unique options like zombie dodgeball. Call 319-337-4058 for details and reservations at Graduate Iowa City Hotel.
Iowa baseball in game number 2 against Rutgers out in Piscataway, New Jersey. Iowa won the first game yesterday 4-1. Now this is a Rutgers team that leads the Big Ten and ranked number 8 in the country. Adam Mazer went 8 innings, 6 hits. He gave up a run. It was earned. And Dustin Nedved came in to get the save. Isaiah Fullard and Broden Schur, both with home runs. Fuller's was a 2-run home run. Game number 2 going on right now between Iowa and Rutgers. We head into the top of the 4th inning. Nia Carter at the plate. She's 0 for the weekend. Here's the first pitch to her. She bunts up into the air and will bunt it foul. Nia had 6 hits in the Ohio State series, 6 in 12 at-bats, 4 hits in the third game. Here's the 0-1 to her that's off the plate, 1 ball and 1 strike. No hits in the second game and 2 hits in game number 1. And that game number 1 was the 7th game in a row that she had got a hit in. She'd kind of been on a tear here recently. Here is the 1-1 that's called strike 2. She had that 7-game hitting streak. Had a 3-game hitless streak. She didn't get a hit in the Maryland series. She had 3-game hitting streak against Wisconsin. Here is one that's up in her eyeballs. She takes a swing at and misses. And so that's the 4th strikeout for Sydney Sickles here today. But to begin the year for Nia Carter, in the first 29 games that were played, she had hit safely in 24 of them. So she on a tear, much like she was in her freshman year. Here is Denali Lekker looking at a pitch that's on the outside corner, strike 1. Denali homered yesterday, a solo home run in the top of the 6th inning, make it a 4-2 ball game, but that's as close as Iowa could get. She struck out on her first at-bat. Here's the 0-1 that's now 1 ball and 1 strike. Lekker 1 for 2 with an RBI at being that home run. She also walked in the game yesterday. 291 hitter coming into the game, 30 and 104 at bats. Here is the 2-1 is now 3 balls and 1 strike. Sophomore out of Ogden. This is just outside of Ames. Here is the 3-1 that's now fouled back into the backstop. So to create a full count on the sophomore designated player today, also she pitches. She's thrown a lot of innings this season already. She pitched in the game yesterday, started for the Hawks. She went 4 1/3 innings. Here's the 3-2 to her. She pitched that's up and in. Actually, it's now 3 balls and 2 strikes. Full count on the sophomore, Denali Lekker, who last year as a freshman was second-team All-Big Ten and was part of the All-Big Ten freshman team. Had a good freshman season. Here's the 3-2 from Sickles, and Lekker will get around on foul down the right field line just out of the reach of Kaylee Powell at first base. Denali had 10 multi-hit games a year ago. 4 of them were 3-hit games, 6 of them 2-hit games. She also had one game where she had 4 runs batted in. That at Purdue. I remember the game distinctly. Purdue was glad to get rid of her for that weekend. Here's the 3-2 to her again. One that she lifts it up and foul back into the backstop. She's looking like she's getting a nice, comfortable stance in that batter's box. Hit that solo home run yesterday. Hit it out in dead center field. She did the very same thing last weekend against Ohio State. She hit 2 solo home runs against Ohio State last weekend. Has 8 on the season. Here are the 3-2 from Sickles. Again, off the plate. Draws the walk. Denali Lekker with a 1-out walk and heads down to first base. Lekker with her 11th base on balls on the season. And for Sydney Sickles, that's the 2nd walk of the game. Her 29th and 30th of the season. Interestingly enough, though, she continues to have the successive innings of no runs allowed. She now threw 3 as we are into the top of the 4th inning. We'll just say through 3. And with the 1 1/3 she pitched yesterday, she is up to 30 innings without allowing a run. The reigning Big Ten pitcher of the week. Here is Kalenna Burns. Looks at a pitch that's called strike 1 on the inside part of the plate. 1 out in Iowa's top of the 4th inning. Denali Lekker at first base after just drawing a base on balls. And teammate Kalenna Burns at the plate. Squares to bunt. Doesn't. Ball bounces. Nice play by Bella Loya behind the plate. Actually, it's not Loya catching. It is Zoe Carroll, the freshman, catching today. So here's the 1-1 that up and in on Kalenna Burns and will hit her. So she will move to first base after being hit by a pitch. And for Kalenna, that is the 3rd time that she's been hit by a pitch. And it moves Denali Lekker down to second base. And now head coach Renee Gillespie electing to bring in probably a pinch runner for Kalenna. I'm assuming it'll be Haley Down. We'll find out here shortly. Haven't seen the official announcement for it yet. Denali Lekker at second. Burns just got hit by a pitch at first base. And it'll bring up Sophia Morris, left-hander. So here's the first pitch to Sophia Morris, and she looked at strike 1. Morris yesterday in the game, 2 for 2 at the plate, also walked one time. She scored a run. So she was on base every time that she was at the plate. Here is the 0-1 that's down and in. 1 ball and 1 strike on the reigning National Junior College Player of the Year out of Des Moines Area Community College. Junior out of Johnston, which is suburb of Des Moines. She's been playing a lot of softball here for the Hawks as of late, starting at short and second base, but mostly shortstop. Here's one that she bunts up into the air and just over the reach of the third baseman, but there to collect it is shortstop Ward. So it's the base hit over the top of Delaney Rummel. She couldn't come up with it, but Ward was right behind her, retrieved it, and then with the glove touched third base before Denali Lekker could get there from second to third. And that'll bring up Sammy Diaz. Sophia Morris will be credited with a single. So apparently Claypool was pinch running. Here's one that's hit over the top of second base out to center field and off the glove. Oh, what a play for the Hawks. So Sammy Diaz hit one out to center field. An error will be recorded by the center fielder out there, Gabby Robles, as she had it, but it went off the end of her glove. And the runner for the Hawks pinch running scored from second. And then as that ball rolled away from the center fielder Robles, it allowed Sammy Diaz to score from first base. And now Iowa with a 2-0 lead. Excuse me, that Sophia Morris scored. Okay, so Claypool was pinch running for Kalenna Burns. And Schulte was pinch running for Sophia Morris. And now we move into this at-bat. It's Grace Baines with Sammy Diaz at second base. Here is the pitch that's up and in on her. Actually, it's called strike one. 1 ball and 1 strike. So the Hawks had a couple of pinch runners out there on the field. Zoe Schulte pinch running for Sophia Morris. And now it's Grace Baines at the plate. Here's one that she lines. Oh, nice pick out of the air at second base by Avery Steiner. That she couldn't have stretched any further and plucked that out of the air to make it the third out of the inning. But Iowa gets 2 runs. And they take a 2-0 lead into the bottom of the 4th inning. We'll see if they can't hang on to it when play resumes. It's 2 for Iowa, none for the University of Illinois as we head into the bottom of the 4th inning. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
In Iowa, we grow corn, a lot of corn. We love seeing our farmers in the fields, and although they're perfect strangers, we know them. We know them by their equipment covered in dust. We know them by their work ethic, where days off don't exist. We know them by the way they wave, passing strangers alike on a 2-lane road. We know them in the midst of our kitchen as we prepare another family meal. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. The Iowa corn farmers are proud to be on the sidelines for the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Iowa City Tire and Service is a proud supporter of Hawkeye softball. Find them at 410 Kirkwood Avenue or online at ictire.com. Iowa City Tire, where service actually comes first. Well, the Hawks getting some pretty good pitching out of Brianna Vasquez and doing a nice job in the field defensively. And at the plate, finally have plated 2 runs in the top of the 4th inning and take a 2-0 lead into the bottom of the 4th inning. And it'll be the number 4 hitter, Kaylee Riono, at the plate for the Fighting Illini. She singled in her last at-bat, which was her first of the day, and was stranded at third base. Part of that situation where Illinois had runners at second and third in that bottom of the 2nd inning with 1 out and could not get a runner across. Here's the first offering from Brianna Vasquez on that outside corner. Nice pitch, strike one. Brianna not wasting a lot of pitches here today. She's on target. Good location in each of these pitches. She's always had good movement on her pitches. Here comes the 0-1 to Riono. Pitch again, right? Oh, just a little low. Boy, that looked nice. That was almost in the same spot as the first pitch. The umpire didn't like this one as much as he liked the previous pitch. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Riono. Riono with a .358 batting average coming into today's game, .365 coming into the series. Here's the 1-1 to her. She takes a good, strong cut at and misses. Brianna Vasquez throws it by her. In yesterday's game, Riono was 0 for 2 with a walk and a strikeout. She scored a run in that 4-2 Illinois win. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Riono, junior right fielder. Here's the 1-2 from Brianna Vasquez, a pitch that Riono will have to take a cut at. She'll foul it into the backstop and remain alive in this at-bat. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Again, this is the first of a doubleheader today for the Hawks. Second game will follow at approximately half hour after the first game has ended. Here's the 1-2 from Brianna Vasquez, a pitch that's fouled back into the backstop by Riono, so she's hanging tough in this at-bat. Riono a year ago batted .270, started and played all 44 games. 31 hits, 115 at-bats, 8 doubles, a triple, and a home run. Third leading hitter on the team this year. Here is the 1-2 to her from Brianna Vasquez, one that she'll foul down the right field line, well out of the reach of Kalenna Burns, who hustled for it. Another great day in Champaign today. Very strong southerly wind, though, at 25 miles per hour, but an 80-degree day for this Hawkeye softball game against the Fighting Illini. Illinois won game 1 last night, 4-2. Hawks lead here 2-0. Here is the 1-2 that's lifted again down the right field line. It'll go foul into the bleachers. So the count remains the same at 1 ball and 2 strikes as Riono fighting off pitches from Brianna Vasquez. Vasquez from Norwalk, California, suburb of L.A. She went all the way across the country to play at Central Florida and decided to come to the University of Iowa to finish her last year. Here's a pitch that's upstairs, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. When the Hawkeyes come to bat in the bottom or the top of the 5th inning, it'll be Tristan Doster, the number 8 hitter in the lineup. Hopefully it'll be still with a 2-0 lead. This is the leadoff hitter for the Fighting Illini here in the bottom of the 4th. 2-2 on Riono. Here's a pitch that she hits down the left field line. It will go foul, but it is a home run, but foul. Wow. Had one of those hit yesterday just like that. Just to the left of the foul pole. And that's what Keller Riono did with this pitch. So Keller Riono will step back to the right-handed batter's box with a 2-2 count on her. Here's the pitch from Brianna Vasquez. That's a pitch that's a nice off-speed pitch. Sophia Morris comes up with it, and the throw across the diamond. She didn't have a very strong throw, but strong enough to get it to Kalenna Burns to get Keller Riono running down the first base line. And 1 out in the bottom of the 4th inning. Delaney Rummel steps to the plate, grounded out to Grace Baines at third. In her last at-bat, 1 for 3 yesterday with a run scored. And the first pitch coming to Rummel. Here's a pitch, an off-speed pitch. It's outside. Delaney Rummel coming into the game today at 286. 276 coming into yesterday. Started and played in every game that Illinois has played this year. 34 hits, 123 at-bats into the game yesterday. Here's the 1-0. That's down and low. 2 balls and no strikes. Again, Rummel was 1 for 3 yesterday. She grounded out to third in her first at-bat today, so she's 1 for 4 for the series. Makes her 35 of 127. 4 doubles, which was her hit yesterday, and 9 home runs. Here is the 2-0 that she gets lifted up into the infield. And Kalenna Burns chasing it down the first base line. Oh, what a play this was. The wind kept it in play. It was foul to begin with, and it pushed it into fair play. Kalenna reached up to try to catch it. She missed it. It bounced in fair territory, then rolled across the diamond, and Tristan Doster would let it go over the third base line. Now the umpires are going to get together and try to determine whether or not Kalenna Burns actually touched that ball in fair territory. I don't think she did. No, it's going to be a foul ball. Boy, interesting sequence there. Again, Kalenna Burns coming down the first base line in foul territory. The wind pushed the ball back into fair territory. It bounced about a foot inside the first base line. She didn't touch it. Tristan Doster didn't touch it. And they let it roll across the third base line just in front of the right-handed batter's box, and it becomes a foul ball. You can't make that stuff up, friends. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Rummel. Pitch that, again, jams her, and she'll foul it back into the backstop, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Delaney Rummel at the plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes on her. Here's the pitch from Brianna Vasquez, one that, she'll get around on, foul it into the backstop. Rummel had a 2 RBI double in game number 2 against Northwestern Wednesday. Here's one that she'll hit along the ground but foul. That was an 8-0 win for the Fighting Illini. 2 RBI double for her. They scored 6 times in the bottom of the second inning. 1 in the bottom of the first, 6 in the bottom of the second, 1 in the bottom of the third. You make it 8-0. Northwestern couldn't muster a run. And the 8-run rule limit came to play for Northwestern for Illinois in that win. And finally, a pitch that will put down Delaney Rummel and a strikeout. And that's the 4th strikeout for Brianna Vasquez here in this game. And it brings up Kaylee Powell. Powell walked and stranded at second in her first at bat back in the second inning. Left-handed hitting Powell, the senior first baseman, looks at a pitch. It's called strike 1. Batting .301 coming into the game. Into the series, she was at .300. Powell yesterday was 1 for 2. Had an RBI single, 2 RBI single in that. So she 37 of 122. 37 to 122 continues here. She fouls one back into the backstop. And she's down on the count at a ball and 2 strikes against the senior, Brianna Vasquez. No balls and 2 strikes on Kaylee Powell. Here is the pitch from Vasquez, one that's an off-speed pitch. She gets around on, laces it down the right field line, and that couldn't have been any more close to hitting on the line than it did, and it just missed the right field line for being fair. But as it is foul. So she'll go back to the left-handed batter's box with an 0-2 count on her. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning, folks. Hawks leading the Fighting Illini by the score of 2-0. 2 outs. Kaylee Powell, the number 6 hitter in the lineup, at the plate. Here is the 0-2 that's off the plate. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nobody on. 2 out. Kaylee Powell at the plate. Powell, first team All-Big Ten from a year ago. and the All-Big Ten defensive team. Here's one that she'll bounce right to Sophia Morris, plays it nicely across the diamond to Kalenna Burns, and that ends the Fighting Illini here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Hawks holding steady with a 2-0 lead. Two of those runs, they both came in the top of the fourth inning. We'll see if they can't add to it here in the top of the fifth. Tristan Doster will start it off, the number 8 hitter, when play resumes. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network, Learfield YouTube channel.
Hi, Hawkeye fans. My name is Denali.
And I'm Briley, and we're members of your Iowa Hawkeye softball team.
Our team is striving to be number one.
And that's why we trust our vehicles to Iowa City Tire and Service, the number 1 automotive shop in Iowa City,
where service actually comes first.
Iowa City Tire and Service, where their customers become friends because they treat you like family. Find them at 410 Kirkwood Avenue or online at ictire.com. Proud sponsors of Hawkeye Softball.
University of Iowa Sports Medicine delivers comprehensive care for competitive and recreational athletes of all ages. Our team of orthopedic surgeons, physicians, and specialists are committed to reducing pain and injury through our advanced training and experience. Same-day, next-day appointments available, no referral needed. Learn more by visiting uihc.org/sportsmedicine. Well, the Hawks get 2 on Sydney Sickles, the reigning Big Ten pitcher of the week. And she's actually been quite effective this season. A year ago, she lost the first game. Did not pitch in the second game. Won the third game, the only game they won. So she lost 2 of the 3 games that she pitched in last year. Iowa won 3 of those 4 games. Here's one that Tristan Doster hits out to left field, and it hits at the base of the wall over the top of the left fielder. Doster around first base, and she'll go into second with a stand-up double. She does not. That ball was a rocket shot out to left field over top of the left fielder, Stevie Mead, but it hit the base of the wall, the ground in the base of the wall, and bounced right back towards Mead so that she could field it and quickly turn it in, wheel and turn it in to get it into second base before Doster could even round first base to get to second. So she's at first, and now it looks like head coach Renee Gillespie is going to pinch run for her. Riley Sheehy will be at the plate. Still awaiting their Madison Weaver is going to pinch run. Here's Riley Sheehy, lays down a bunt. She beats it out. And she'll get to first base. That'll move Madison Weaver on to second. Sheehy on with a base hit. Her first of today. Sheehy actually had quite a series a year ago when she was batting second in the lineup. Sheehy with 5 hits in the series against Illinois last year. She was batting second in the lineup. So with nobody out here in Iowa's top of the 5th inning, Riley Sheehy just bunted to get on base, and that moved Madison Weaver on to second. And it brings up Brodie Klosterman. For Tristan Doster, that broke an 8-game, 7-game hitless streak. And she's back in the hitting column. Sheehy didn't play yesterday, so she continues on with a 4-game hitting streak. And it'll bring up Brodie Klosterman, the leadoff hitter for the Hawks. Briley having a tough weekend. 0 for 2 today, 0 for 4 yesterday. She struck out once yesterday. She struck out in her last at-bat here today. But with new life here in this top of the 5th inning, Riley Moss is the runner for the Hawks, not Madison Weaver. the freshman out of Muscatine, started yesterday. And so Brady Klosterman pops out to the third baseman for the Fighting Illini on a bunt try, Delaney Rummel. And it brings up Nia Carter. Carter, 0 for 2 in the day, 0 for 3 yesterday. And the first pitch to her is up and away. Again, Nia had 6 hits in the Ohio State series last weekend, 6 and 12 at bats. Had an RBI double. Scored 2 runs in Game 3. Here's one that's again popped up into the air, and the same play, Delaney Rummel, right down the third base line, coming up with the pop-up bunt out. And it's 2 gone in Iowa's top of the 5th inning. Still runners at first and second. They got him on there with nobody out, and now it's Denali Lekker, that is, coming to the plate. Denali been swinging a hot bat here as of recent. Had a hit in each game against Ohio State last weekend. Had a home run yesterday. And she is 0 for 2 today. She's 0 for 1 today. She walked in her last at-bat. Down on the count at no balls and 1 strike. Here's a pitch that she takes that cut at. It's up and in on her. And it's no balls and 2 strikes. So quickly Iowa went from nobody out, runners at first and second, to 2 out with runners at first and second, and now Denali Lekker at the plate, working against Sydney Sickles. Here is the pitch from Sickles, a pitch that Denali will get up underneath, popped up into the infield, coming in from first base. Kaylee Powell had to come all the way across the circle from right to left to make that hit, or make that catch. That wind played havoc with it as it's blowing in from right to left, and it pushed her all the way across the diamond, but nevertheless, she makes the catch. So we're through 4.5. We'll go into the bottom of the 5th, and Bella Loya, the designated player, will be at the plate for Illinois, the number 7 hitter, when play resumes. 2-0 Iowa over Illinois. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
There's a sense of pride that comes from the life of a farmer. How many people can say they have a famous tan named after them, or be known for their wave when they drive past neighbors and strangers alike on a 2-lane road? Whether it's a farmer's tan or the farmer's wave, we are proud to be known for a lot of things. We feel that pride every night at the dinner table, knowing we feed our family and yours. Iowa Corn is proud to be on the sidelines cheering on the Iowa Hawkeyes. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa.
Well, it's 2-0. The Hawks leading the Fighting Illini in this second of 3-game series. In Piscataway, New Jersey, the Iowa baseball team is leading and shutting out Rutgers at this point 9-0. 9-0 in the top of the 7th inning. Iowa scored once in the first, 2 in the third, 1 in the 5th, and 5 more in the 6th. Have a 9-0 lead on Rutgers here in the top of the 7th inning. 12 hits for the Hawks. Right here, this Iowa softball team holding steady with a 2-0 lead as we get into the bottom of the 5th inning. And it's Bella Loya at the plate, doing the designated player role today. Flew out to Nia Carter in her first at-bat. Bella Loya with some good pop in her bat, though. 267 hitter. Here is the 1-0 to her, a pitch that she gets up into the air, be shallow. Brady Klosterman started in, backed up, started in, and she finally got judgment on it and will come up with the catch out in center field. And 1 out in Illinois' bottom of the 5th inning. Brings up Zoe Carroll. Zoe Carroll struck out on her first at-bat, freshman catching today for Bella Loya. As both Brianna Vasquez and Tristan Doster look to the Hawkeye bench for the pitch call. Here comes the windup and the release by Brianna Vasquez, one that Carroll will get around on and miss, so it's strike 1 on the freshman catcher, Zoe Carroll, out of Topeka, Kansas. Here the 0-1 from Vasquez, a pitch that Carroll will get around on, fouled back into the backstop, so it's no balls and 2 strikes. This is the bottom of the 5th inning. Iowa with 2 in the top of the 4th. Take the 2-0 lead behind the good, solid pitching effort of Brianna Vasquez and some decent defense in the field. Here's the 0-2 to Carroll, pitch that she swings at and misses, and that is the 5th strikeout of the game for Brianna Vasquez. And it brings up the bottom of the order. It's Gabby Robles. If the Hawks can get out of this right here, they'll really do themselves a favor. Gabby Robles, the number 9 hitter, junior center fielder, batting .216 coming into the game. Had quite the game yesterday, working against Brianna Vasquez. Here's the first pitch to her, one that she'll slap at and foul it down the left field line. She was 1 for 2 yesterday with a run scored, was Robles. So 8 for 37 coming into the game today. She has struck out twice. She's 8 for 39. No extra base hits for the slap hitter, but batting in the number 9 spot. Need to be careful with her. Don't want to get her on, and certainly don't want to get to the top of the order, at least here in this at-bat. Here's the 0-1, a pop-up to Kalenna Burns down the first base line, and that will end the Fighting Illini here in the bottom of the 5th inning. We go to the top of the 6th. It'll be Kalenna Burns, the number 4 hitter, when play resumes. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
Have you heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big, bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit Epson.com/TV to learn more.
Well, Sydney Sickles, the reigning Big Ten pitcher of the week, went 5 innings against Northwestern Wednesday. In the second game of that doubleheader, she gave up only 4 hits, no runs at all, walked a couple and struck out 4 in the 5-inning game in which Illinois beat Northwestern. And again, Northwestern in second place in the Big Ten, ranked number 11 across the country. But the Hawks have done a nice job against her today. Even though Iowa has but 1 hit, they still have the 2 runs and lead this game 2-0. Illinois with only 2 hits. So it isn't as if either of these teams are stepping to the plate and bashing that softball around the diamond. It's just a matter of getting the right hit at the right time. Here's the first pitch to Kalenna Burns. Takes a good, solid cut at it and misses it. So she's down in the count now at no balls and 1 strike. Burns, the junior out of Corona, California. Her freshman year in the pandemic season, started and played all 22 games. There was batting .403 when play was halted because of the pandemic. Fouls this one back and becomes no balls and 2 strikes. Had 29 hits and 72 at-bats in 2020. 6 doubles, 5 home runs, and 20 RBIs. Last year, started 31 of the 39 games she played in. Batted .238, 24 hits, 101 at-bats, 4 doubles, and 4 home runs. Down on the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Here's a pitch that Sickles will throw away, and Burns does not chase it. Kalenna, .255 hitter coming into the game, hit by a pitch in her last at-bat, was pinch run for, and that pinch runner, Claypool, scored. The first run for the Hawks. 2 balls and 2 strikes now on the junior first baseman, Kalenna Burns. Here's the 2-2 that she'll bounce into the turf. Ward from short and across the diamond for the putout. 1 gone in Iowa's top of the 6th inning. That'll bring up Sophia Morris. Morris a little quieter today, although she was hit by a pitch and scored in her second at-bat. She's 1 for 2 with a single and scored. She struck out on her first at-bat and is down on the count at no balls and 1 strike here. Again, she was the reigning Junior College Player of the Year last year, led the nation, Junior College Nation, in 6 different offensive categories. Here's the 0-1. That becomes no balls and 2 strikes. She's getting a good cut at it, swinging underneath the ball. She led the National Junior College offensive stats last year in runs with 105, hits with 117, home runs with 29, RBIs 92, total bases 234, walks with 40. And here she takes another cut at a pitch that's up and away, and she strikes out for the second out of the inning. That is strikeout number 5 for Sydney Sickles. Her counterpart for the University of Iowa, Brianna Vasquez, also with 5 strikeouts. So Morris down on strikes. That'll bring up Sammy Diaz. Diaz looks at a first pitch called strike 1 down the middle. Sammy on the day got on an error in her last at bat. And she walked on her first at bat. Here's the 0-1 to her. Pitch that's upstairs. Diaz coming in today at 193. Diaz yesterday 1 for 3. Had the RBI single in the second inning. Give the Hawks the 1-0 lead. Here's the 1-1 to her. That's outside. So 2 balls and 1 strike to the sophomore from Cypress, California, outside of L.A. Psychology major at the University of Iowa. Ahead of the count of 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch, one that Diaz will get around on and foul it back behind the backstop. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Coming into the series, was on a 6-game hitless streak, starting back in the second game of the Maryland series. Through Drake, Minnesota for 1 game, Nebraska's game 2, and 2 of the Ohio State games. Here's the 2-2. That becomes 3 balls and 2 strikes. So Sammy Diaz able to work the count to 3 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs, and Iowa's top of the 6th. The Hawks lead at 2-0. Here is the 3-2, and a pitch that's off the plate. Ball 4. Sammy doing a nice job of drawing the 2-out walk. And that'll bring up Grace Baines. Baines 0 for 2 in the day. Popped up to second and popped up to first base. Yesterday, Grace was 0 for 3 with a strikeout. So she on a 9-game hitless streak, including today. Looks at the first pitch strike, and it's no balls and 1 strike. On the sophomore from Kansas City, Kansas. Played a fair amount of shortstop last year and a lot of shortstop here this year. Here's one down to first base as they think that Sammy got off first base a little bit too far. Really had a nice glove last year. Things have changed a little bit for her this year. Grace with 18 errors already this year. Here's one that's lined right up the middle, out of the outstretched arm of the second baseman for the Illini, Avery Steiner. So a base hit for Grace Baines moves Sammy Diaz onto second base, and it'll bring up Tristan Doster, freshman catcher from Fort Dodge. Singled in her last at bat. Hawks could certainly use an insurance run right here. 2 outs. Runners at first and second. Here's the first pitch to Tristan, a pitch that is up and in on her. Ball 1. Sydney Sickles, the senior pitcher out of Indianola, Iowa. In the circle, the reigning Big Ten Player of the Week, had some terrific performance last week. Here's the 1-0 to Tristan Doster. 2 balls and no strikes. A good hit and pitch coming up here. Tristan knows that Sickles is going to have to come to her. She pinch hit yesterday, struck out in that role, so she is on 6-game hitless streak. Here's a good cut at one, and she'll foul it into the backstop. Tristan in her first at-bat today. She popped up to the first baseman, but singled in her second at-bat. So 1 for 2. Here is the 2-1 from Sickles, a pitch that's up and in on her. She gets around on it, but will foul it back into the backstop. Doster out of Fort Dodge, two-time first-team All-State performer, holds the school record in home runs in Fort Dodge history. Participated in 4 other sports besides softball in her high school career. Here's the 2-2 to her. One that she'll foul back into the backstop, so she's hanging tough in this at-bat. Iowa coming to the plate very aggressive, making long at-bats, making Sydney Sickles throw a lot of pitches. And it's still 2-2. Here's the 2-2 from Sydney Sickles. A pitch that Doster will get around on is up and in on her. Popped up into foul territory just in front of the Hawkeye bench. Kaylee Powell there to haul it in for the 3rd out of the top of the 6th inning. Iowa gets 2 on, can't push them across. Still leads this game 2-0 as we head into the bottom of the 6th inning. And when play resumes, it'll be the top of the order. Avery Steiner for Illinois. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
Anything can happen when the Cyclones and Hawkeyes come to compete. It's where the rubber meets the road. Neighbors become rivals and friends become foes. Some go home broken-hearted, while others are victorious. When the dust finally settles, one thing stands true. No matter which side you're on, you're part of tradition. For those who are Iowan through and through, we're Iowa Corn, a proud sponsor of the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk Series. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa.
Home of the Hawkeyes is Finkbine Golf Course and Bumps Restaurant. Open for the 2020 golf season, featuring 18 holes of public golf at Finkbine, as well as handcrafted American fare. Stop by today to enjoy quality golf at Finkbine and terrific food at Bumps Restaurant. Again, the men hosted the Invitational last weekend, got second to Kansas. Garrett Teig second to Kansas's Harry Hillier. Teig at 7 under 209, Hillier at 8 under 208. The men will be at the Big Ten Championships next weekend at French Lick, Indiana. On the women's side, the women playing in the Big Ten Championships this weekend outside of Pittsburgh at Fox Chapel Golf Club, Michigan State. The team leader after day 1 at 2 under par. That is in progress as we speak. 2-0. The Hawks heading into the bottom of the 6th inning. Avery Steiner steps to the plate, singled in her last at-bat. 1 for 2 in the day, 0 for 4 yesterday. Working against Brianna Vasquez. Here is the first pitch from Vasquez. And Steiner looks at a pitch that's called strike 1 on the outside corner. Brianna with some great command of her pitches here today. Been watching her develop nicely the last month, really. Even though the inclement weather has been kind of a force against her, she stepped into the circle and done an admirable job in each of those pitches. Here's a 0-1 that becomes 1 ball and 1 strike on the senior Avery Steiner, second team All Big Ten a year ago. Second baseman, here's the 1-1 to her, and it's now 1 ball and 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter, hitting that outside corner. Vasquez and Doster are both looking into the dugout at assistant coach Rick Dillinger for the pitch. Here's the 1-2 to Avery Steiner. Steiner almost went around on it, but she lets up, and it becomes 2 balls and 2 strikes. Certainly want to get off to a good start here in the bottom of the 6th inning for the Hawks. Get the leadoff hitter out any way possible. Here now is the 2-2 from Brianna Vasquez. And a pitch that's off speed but upstairs. So it's a full count now on the senior Avery Steiner. 375 coming into today. 385 into the series yesterday. Steiner 0 for 4 yesterday. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Brianna Vasquez. A pitch that Steiner will drive down the left field line. Can Roddy get to it? Making a diving effort, falling well short. And the count will remain the same at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Roddy will be first batter for the Hawks when they get to the top of the 7th inning. Full count again on Avery Steiner, the second baseman. Here's the 3-2 from Brianna Vasquez. A pitch that she swings at and strikes her out. That is the 6th strikeout of the game for Brianna Vasquez, and the first out of the bottom of the 6th inning. Stevie Mead comes to the plate. Got on a fielder's choice in her last at-bat, struck out in her first at-bat, and yesterday was 2 for 3 with an RBI. Mead coming into the .315 batting average, .306 into the series, so she improved that with those 2 hits yesterday. Has a pitch that's up and in on her, so it's 1 ball and no strikes. On Mead, freshman left fielder. Here's the 1-0 from Brianna Vasquez. A pitch right down the middle called strike 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1 ball and 1 strike on the freshman, Stevie Mead. Here's the 1-1 from Brianna Vasquez. A pitch that's upstairs. 2 balls and 1 strike. Mead, a freshman from Olathe, Kansas. Here now is the 2-1 from Brianna Vasquez. A swing and a miss. Vasquez just threw it right by her. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mead, the number 2 hitter in the lineup. Megan Ward is on deck. And now a timeout asked for by Tyra Perry for the University of Illinois. Talk to her batter. Short conversation that it was. Play will resume here. 80-degree day in Champaign. Very brisk wind, though, at 20 to 25 mile an hour, 25 mile an hour sustained. But nobody been able to get anything to stay in play to hit it out. And now again we have a little bit of delay in the action. Home plate umpire looking over at the Iowa dugout. Something's going on over there. Kalenna Burns working with her eyepieces. Yeah, those windy days, it draws that dust up. Get it in your eyes. That's no fun at all. So 2 balls and 2 strikes on Stevie Mead. Here's the pitch from Brianna Vasquez. Pitch that Mead will get around on. Hit it foul behind the backstop. Count remains the same at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bottom of the 6th inning, Iowa leads 2-0. We're in the top half of the order for Illinois. If they're going to get something done, this is where they want to begin to do it. Here's the 2-2 from Brianna Vasquez. Pitch that Mead will hit it up into the air in foul territory. Coming over to make the catch is Grace Baines just in front of the Illinois dugout. She came all the way down the third base line, but in foul territory, and had to play that wind, and does so, reaches up and makes the catch, and it's 2 gone in Illinois' bottom of the 6th. That brings up Megan Ward. Ward, the sophomore shortstop, 0 for 2, struck out in her last at-bat. That ended the bottom of the 3rd inning. See if Brianna Vasquez can get that same thing to happen here. Here's the first pitch from Vasquez. And it's one that's away. 1 ball and no strikes. Megan Ward, 1 for 2 yesterday. She walked 1 time, scored a run. Here's the 1-0 from Vasquez, a pitch that she hits along the ground but fouled on the first base line. Ward at .333 coming into the series, now at .330 coming into today's game. That's going to drop Being she's 0 for 2 for now. We'll see what happens after this at-bat. As she evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. One and one on the sophomore shortstop, a pitch that she gets around on and fouls it back into the backstop. The good thing that Brianna Vasquez has done is made Illinois swing at pitches. Not many pitches have been so far in or out of the strike zone. They've been right around. And if the Illini batter is going to stay in there at bat, they need to hit them, at least foul them back, and that's what they've been doing a lot. And then Brianna have been able to come back and fire one by him for the third strike. Here's one that's hit along the ground, and this one will be fouled on the third base line. Grace Baines over to pick it up. Now back to Brianna Vasquez. Iowa holding strong here with a 2-0 lead. Scored both of those runs in the top of the fourth inning with 2 outs. Burns hit by a pitch, single with Sophia Morris. Here's the 1-2, fouled down the left field line and out of play. So Iowa back in the fourth inning. Their first 2 batters were outs. Burns hit by a pinch run for by Claypool. Got down to second base. Zoe Schulte would come in and run for Sophia Morris. Here's a pitch and a strikeout. She throws it by Megan Ward. Out number 3 in the Illinois' bottom of the 6th inning. 7 strikeouts on the day for Brianna Vasquez. And we go into the top of the 7th inning. Iowa leads this game 2-0, and it'll be Riley Sheehy to start things off for the Hawks when play resumes. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
Looking for a place to go before and after Hawkeye home games? Make a night of it at Graduate Iowa City Hotel. Take advantage of our in-house Topgolf Swing Suite for a full bar and a menu of American classics, and most importantly, a selection of exciting virtual games from favorites like golf, football, and baseball to more unique options like zombie dodgeball. Call 319-337-4058 for details and reservations at Graduate Iowa City Hotel.
Well, the University of Iowa baseball team has upped their 9-0 lead to 10-0 now. We're in the top of the 8th inning. Hawkeyes have scored a run in 6 of their 8 at-bats, and they've held Rutgers scoreless and to just 2 hits on the day. Iowa won the first game yesterday 4-1 and are leading here today 10-0 in the top of the 8th inning. They can win today. Again, that'll give them another series win. And they're on a roll. That'll bring up Riley Sheehy at the plate, the left-hander. Here's the first pitch to her that's up and away. Sheehy out of Newtown, Pennsylvania. Didn't play in yesterday's game. 246 batter, 16. She had a single in her last at-bat. She's now 17 of 67, and she looks at a strike there. She singled in her last at-bat. Has 3 multi-hit games on the season. Coming into the series, 3-game hitting streak. Now make it a 4-game hitting streak. She didn't play in yesterday's game. Here is the pitch to her that's called strike 2. So it's a ball and 2 strikes on the senior from Newtown, Pennsylvania, which is just west of Trenton, New Jersey, and an hour northeast of Philadelphia. Interesting path to get to the University of Iowa. She started at University of South Carolina upstate. Here is the 1-2 that's upstairs, so it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Riley, a year ago, was all over the batting lineup, but for quite a while she had hit in the number 2 spot. Finished the season last year on a 4-game hitting streak. That was against Illinois, to be honest with you. As I mentioned to you earlier this broadcast, she had those 4 hits in the Illini series. Here's one that she'll foul back into the backstop. Top of the 7th inning, Riley Sheehy, the number 1 hitter, the leadoff hitter in this at-bat for the Hawks, the number 9 hitter in the lineup. Here's the 2-2 that she hits out to left field and pushing back the left fielder to just shy of the warning track. That is Stacy Mead, and that's out number 1 in Iowa's top of the 7th inning. It'll bring up Brodie Klosterman. Klosterman is 0 for the weekend, 0 for 3 today. She grounded out to third in her last at-bat, struck out and popped up to first. Here's the first pitch to her from Sydney Sickles, a pitch that's called strike 1 in the inside corner. Briley, coming out of the Ohio State-Nebraska series, had a 4-game hitting streak going yesterday, ended yesterday as she went 0 for 4. Down on the count of no balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch that's outside, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Sydney Sickles trying to use all areas of the corners, the edges of the plate, inside and out. Had the first one work, the second one did not. So it's a ball and a strike to Brodie Klosterman. Here's the 1-1 that now becomes 2 balls and 1 strike, down and away from her. Iowa leads 2-0. We're in the top of the 7th inning. Here is the 1-1, a pitch that swung on and missed by Briley. Just not able to catch up with those pitches. So it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on the sophomore center fielder. Started and played every game this year, almost all 43 of the 44 last year. Here's one that she'll foul back into the backstop. Earlier this year, she'd been moved around in the lineup. She started off hot, a 5-game hitting streak, had hit safely in 8 of her first 9, and then went on a 7-game hitless streak where head coach Renee Gillespie moved her down around the lineup just to kind of give her a little breath from off of that leadoff spot of that pressure. Here she looks at a pitch on the outside corner, and that, my friends, is a strikeout. That's number 6 for Sydney Sickles, and it's the second out of the Hawkeyes' top of the 7th. It brings up Nia Carter. Nia, the junior out of Rancho Cucamonga, California, near L.A. Here is the first pitch to her. It's that outside corner, so it's strike 1. Hawks leading it 2-0. Doing just enough here today. And considering you're not going to get a lot with as good a pitcher as Sydney Sickles is, but they've been able to hold down the Illini bats. Here is the 1-0. Now becomes 1 ball and 1 strike. Sickles throwing that pitch by Nia Carter. Carter on the day is 0 for 3. She's 0 for 6 in the series. 437 batting average coming into the series, now down to 426. Here's one that she'll hit right out into center field, but on the move coming in to make the catch for Illinois, Gabby Robles. And that will end the Hawks here in the top of the 7th inning. We go to the all-important bottom of the 7th inning. Iowa leads at 2-0. It'll be the number 4 hitter, Keller Riono, when play resumes. This is Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
In Iowa, we grow corn, a lot of corn. We love seeing our farmers in the fields, and although they're perfect strangers, we know them. We know them by their equipment covered in dust. We know them by their work ethic, where days off don't exist. We know them by the way they wave, passing strangers alike on a 2-lane road. We know them in the midst of our kitchen as we prepare another family meal. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. The Iowa corn farmers are proud to be on the sidelines for the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Well, we go into the bottom of the 7th inning. Iowa holding strong here with the 2-0 lead. Have shut out a pretty good Illini batting lineup that's hitting second in the Big Ten with a .318 average. Brianna Vasquez is doing an excellent job in the circle, keeping those batters off balance. 7 strikeouts on the day, pop-ups and groundouts. Really need to have it happen here again, at least get started quickly. In the bottom of the 7th inning, Keller Riono will start as she singled in her first at-bat and grounded out to Sophia Morris at short in her second at-bat. Yesterday, Riono was 0 for 2 with a run scored. She walked and struck out. The junior right fielder hitting .358 coming into the game. Here's the first pitch from Brianna Vasquez, an off-speed pitch. It's down and away. 1 ball and no strikes. Iowa's been in a lot of tight-fisted ball games since the Big Ten season started. They've been blown out a few times, but they've been in a lot of tight-fisted games. Just not able to come up with the right hits at the right time. Here's the 1-0 that's hit out between Morris and Grace Baines at third. And Keller Riono will start the Illini bottom of the seventh inning with a single. That'll bring up Delaney Rummel. Rummel 0 for 2 on the day with a strikeout and a ground out to Grace Baines at third. Rummel yesterday 1 for 3 with a run scored. Rummel a .286 hitter. Now the infield and head coach Renee Gillespie having a conversation in that circle. Got to get one out at a time. Hopefully get that lead runner. I mean, they can sacrifice a run if they really need to, but they need to get outs here. Get some good pitching from Brianna Vasquez. We'll see how long head coach Renee Gillespie will stick with Vasquez if another runner gets on. But Brianna's really done a nice job. Hasn't thrown a lot of pitches. And play resumes now. Here's the first pitch, and it's down and in on Delaney Rummel. Runner at first base, nobody out. Bottom of the seventh inning. Fighting Illini needing 2 to send the game to extra innings, 3 to win it here if they can get it. Delaney Rummel at the plate. Rummel again 0 for 2 on the day. Here is the 1-0 to her. That's one that she hits out to left field over the top of Riley Sheehy. And, my friends, that ties the ball game. A 2-run home run for Delaney Rummel. Brianna Vasquez got that out and over the plate, and Delaney Rummel made her pay with a 2-run home run. And they go from no runs through 6 at-bats to now 2 runs and a tie score here in the bottom of the seventh inning. And nobody out. And for Delaney Rummel, that is the 10th home run of her season, of this season. So she's certainly a batter that Brianna Vasquez did not want to play with in that aspect, and makes the Hawks pay. So at worst, Iowa will have to come to the plate in the top of the 8th inning. So we'll see what happens here. Kaylee Powell, 301 hitter. The left-handed hitting senior first baseman, grounded out to Sophia Morris in her last at-bat and walked in her first at-bat, stranded at second base. And here's the first pitch to her. Now Powell herself has a couple of home runs hit. Yesterday was 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs, so she had an RBI single. And again, 0 for 1 today with a walk. Here is the 1-0 to her that's off the plate. 2 balls and no strikes. Delaney Rummel, junior third baseman, just poked a 2-run home run for Illinois. And Brianna Vasquez now up to 102 pitches on the day. Really, that's not a lot. Considering where we are, he kept Illinois down off the base paths through most of it. Here is the 2-0 to Powell. It's now 3 balls and no strikes. Illinois had 2 runners back in the second inning, a runner in the third at bat, and that was the last person they put on base until they got here when Keller Riono started with a single. That was followed by a 2-run home run hit by Delaney Rummel, and we now have a 2-2 ball game. And a 3-0 count on Kaylee Powell. Powell, first-team All-Big Tenner from a year ago. Last year, she was the second leading hitter at .328. 10 doubles, 2 triples, and 5 home runs. Here's the 3-0 that becomes 3 balls and 1 strike. If the Hawks can get out of this inning, they will bring Denali Lekker to the plate in the top of the 8th inning. We're tied at 2s. It was 2-0 to start this bottom of the 7th, and a 2-run home run from Delaney Rummel has changed that to a 2-2 game. Powell, here's a 3-1 that's now fouled down the left field line and out of play, so it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Nobody out in Illinois' bottom of the 7th inning. Been quite a game. Hawks have played very well. Just need to learn how to close these out in this situation. 3-2 count now on Kaylee Powell, the senior first baseman, batting sixth in the lineup. Here now is a 3-2 from Brianna Vasquez. To Powell, she swings that and will foul it back beyond the backstop. It was a ball, but she had to save her at bat, protect the plate. Don't want to leave it up to the umpire to make a call on her, so the count will remain the same at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Vasquez and Doster, battery. Grace Baines at third, Sophia Morris at short. Sammy Diaz at second, Kalenna Burns at first. Here is the 3-2, becomes strike 3. That's the 8th strikeout for Brianna Vasquez, and it's the first out of this at-bat. Brings up Bella Loya. Bella Loya is certainly no batter to not take seriously. Loya herself with 3 home runs this year. Loya last year hit 4 home runs. Gives her 7 for her career. Now, she's been around 5 years. She hit 2, so she's at 9. She had 5 as a freshman. Here out to right field to Nia Carter. Makes the catch. And quickly 2 gone in Illinois' bottom of the 7th inning. But they get a 2-run home run and have tied the game at 2-2 with Zoe Carroll, the freshman catcher, coming out to the scheduled batter. It looks as if Tyra Perry is going to replace her with a pinch hitter. So coming in is Peyton Berkmeyer. Paige Berkmeyer will be batting for Zoe Carroll. A very capable hitter is Berkmeyer. And Berkmeyer, a freshman from Wadsworth, Ohio. Here's the first pitch that she'll line down the right field line and foul. So the bottom of the 7th inning, Paige Berkmeyer going to bat for the freshman Zoe Carroll. Berkmeyer pinch hit yesterday and had no result out of it. And here she's a .327 hitter coming in. 16 of 50, 16 hits and 50 at-bats, has 4 doubles to her credit. And now the count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Bottom of the 7th, we're tied at 2s. Hawks trying to get out of this Illini at-bat to come to the top of the 8th inning. Here is the 1-1, and a pitch and a swing and a miss by Berkmeyer. So that's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Paige Berkmeyer. Here is the 1-2 from Brianna Vasquez. And a pitch that Berkmeyer lifts down the left field line, and it'll drift foul and out of play. I was just going to wonder how Vasquez was going to pitch to her in this situation. See, an off-speed pitch that Berkmeyer got around on, and she lifted it down the left field line, but it goes out of play. So the count remains the same at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here again is the 1-2 from Brianna Vasquez. And it's a pitch that's fouled, check swing foul into the, just off the fence in front of the Hawkeye dugout. Kalenna Burns will retrieve and get it back to Brianna Vasquez. We will for sure see an 8th inning. The Hawks can get this out right here. Nobody on base, 2 outs, 2 runs in for Illinois, a 2-run home run from Delaney Rummel. Here's the 1-2 again from Brianna Vasquez. A pitch that's up and in. Berkmeyer doesn't chase it, so 2 balls and 2 strikes to the freshman pinch hitter. Gabby Robles would be next, the number 9 hitter, and then we get to the top of the order. Doster and Vasquez look into the dugout for the pitch count, or the pitch signal. Here it comes from Vasquez to Doster, a pitch that Berkmeyer gets around on and will foul it back again. So the count remains the same at 2 balls and 2 strikes. An extended out at bat here for Paige Berkmeyer. Again, she's pinch hitting for Zoe Carroll. Here now the 2-2 from Brianna Vasquez. And a pitch that's grounded right to Sophia Morris. Plays the hop across the diamond. And that will end the Fighting Illini here in the bottom of the 7th inning. But they get the 2 necessary to push it to 8 innings. They tie it up at 2 on a 2-run home run. The Hawks will come to the plate in the top of the 8th inning. And it's Denali Lekker starting it off for the Hawks when play resumes. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
Hi, Hawkeye fans. My name is Denali.
And I'm Briley, and we're members of your Iowa Hawkeye softball team.
Our team is striving to be number 1.
And that's why we trust our vehicles to Iowa City Tire and Service, the #1 automotive shop in Iowa City.
Where service actually comes first.
Iowa City Tire and Service, where their customers become friends because they treat you like family. Find them at 410 Kirkwood Avenue or online at ictire.com. Proud sponsors of Hawkeye Softball.
Well, we welcome you back to Eichelberger Field on the campus of the University of Illinois in Champaign. The Hawks and number 25, Illinois, duking it out. It was a 2-0 game heading into the bottom of the 7th inning. And then Delaney Rummel pokes a 2-run home run and makes it a 2-2 ball game, and that's where we stand right now. Iowa baseball now up on Rutgers by the score of 12-0. Man, what a kind of a game can that be out there in Piscataway, New Jersey for the University of Iowa baseball team. Iowa with 5 players with 2 hits apiece. Peterson with 3 hits. No home runs for the Hawks, but a lot of base hits. Leading at 12-0 in the bottom of the 9th inning. Rutgers has a long way to go to try to catch up with this one. Here we are in the top of the 8th inning, and it'll be Denali Lekker stepping to the plate for the Hawks. Lekker hit a solo home run in yesterday's game. And today, she has singled, walked, and popped up to first base. And looks at a first pitch that's up and in on her. 1 ball and no strikes to the sophomore out of Ogden, just outside of Ames. Here is the 1-0 to her. That's a pitch that's down and away. So 2 balls and no strikes. Two and one now to Denali Lekker. Really starting to come into her own here in this sophomore year. Is a pitch that jams her, and it's right off the end of the bat to third base. And Delaney Rummel across the diamond for the first out of the Hawks' top of the 8th inning. Kalenna Burns steps to the plate. Kalenna with long ball potential. She gets the right pitch. Hit by a pitch in her second at bat. Grounded out and flew out on her other 2, so she is 0 for 2 for the day. Here's the first pitch from Sydney Sickles, a pitch that's down and in. So it is 1 ball and no strikes to the junior from Corona, California. Here comes the 1-0, one that she gets around on and fouls it back. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike. 2-2, top of the 8th inning. On to extra innings for the Hawks this year. Iowa has not gone extra innings this year. They did. That's right, the Minnesota game number 2. It went 8 innings. It was 2-2 until Minnesota got a 3-run home run to make it 5-2. Iowa couldn't recover. Last year, Iowa played 5 extra inning games. 2 balls and 1 strike now on Burns. Here's the pitch from Sickles, a pitch that's down and in. 3 balls and 1 strike. Kalenna had 2 hits in the Ohio State series, 2 in 9 at-bats. She walked 3 times in the series as well. Here is the 3-1 to her. A pitch that's down and in. She swings that and misses, so it's a full count now on the junior Kalenna Burns. Burns last year hit a home run in the very first game of the year against Ohio State when it was an entire Big Ten schedule last year. Had 4 home runs all season long and hit solo shots in each of the 2 Rutgers games she plays. Here's a pitch that's on that outside corner. She doesn't swing at it, called strike 3, and that is the 7th strikeout for Sydney Sickles and the 2nd out of the inning. It'll bring up Sophia Morris working against Sydney Sickles. Here, the first pitch from the senior, and a pitch that's down and away from Sophia Morris. Coming up on 2 hours of game time here. The second game scheduled to start, well, it'll be anywhere from 20 to 30 minutes after this one. Who knows when this one's going to end. Here's the 1-0 from Sophia Morris. It's 2 balls and no strikes. See if Sophia can get on base here with 2 outs, get her pushed around, and give the Hawks a chance to win this game here in the 8th. We're tied at 2s. We're in the top of the 8th. Iowa at the plate is Sophia Morris. Here is the pitch. Sophia will take a good cut at it and miss it. 2 balls and 1 strike. The reigning National Junior College Player of the Year last year. Hawks had another one 3 years ago. Well, actually 4 years ago when Donnie Ray Mayhew came to the University of Iowa, and she was out of Kirkwood as the National Junior College Player of the Year. Morris, back in 2018, first-team All-State. 2019, first-team All-State, was on the Iowa Elite 9 team. Same team that Roddy Moss was on. Moss only just last year. Here is one that Sophia right at third base. And what a catch there by Delaney Rummel. A line drive that she reaches out for and snags it. And that is the 3rd out of the top of the 8th inning. 2-2 our scores. We head into the bottom of the 8th inning. It'll be the number 9 hitter, Gabby Robles. And then to the top of the order, we go with the Fighting Illini. We're tied at 2s. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
There's a sense of pride that comes from the life of a farmer. How many people can say they have a famous tan named after them, or be known for their wave when they drive past neighbors and strangers alike on a 2-lane road? Whether it's a farmer's tan or the farmer's wave, we are proud to be known for a lot of things. We feel that pride every night at the dinner table, knowing we feed our family and yours. Iowa Corn is proud to be on the sidelines cheering on the Iowa Hawkeyes. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa.
Well, I'll update you now from Rutgers. It's still 12-0, and it's in the bottom of the 9th inning, and there is 1 out. The Hawks commanding this game between them and the Rutgers. Iowa won the first game 4-1. They're leading the second game here 12-0. So Denali Lekker will step into the circle for the Hawks here in the bottom of the 8th inning to face the Fighting Illini. Denali pitching yesterday in 4 1/3 innings, gave up 4 hits, did a nice job to scatter them. 2 runs, both were earned. She walked 2 batters, struck out 1, facing 19 batters and pitching 75 pitches. Really can't fault Brianna Vasquez with anything wrong here other than the 1 pitch that she threw to Delaney Rummel, who put one out over left field for a 2-run home run in their last at-bat to tie the game to send it into extra innings. So it'll be Gabby Robles. So they're going to have a pinch hitter. Danielle Davis will be coming to the plate for And here's the first pitch to Danielle Davis. She's pinch hitting for Gabby Robles. Danielle Davis started yesterday, was 0 for 2. She was a designated player yesterday. coming into the series. The number 2 hitter on this team at .377, 26 now of 71 with those 0 for 2 yesterday. Here is the 0-1-2er that is outside. So it's 1 ball and 1 strike. We're in extra innings. This is the bottom of the 8th inning, or an extra inning, if you will. Illinois got a 2-run home run from Delaney Rummel in the bottom of the 7th inning to tie the game with the Hawks at 2-2. And here is the 1-1 from Denali Lekker. We saw Lekker yesterday. We saw Devin Greer for an inning, and then Brianna Vasquez would come in and finish the last 2/3. A 2-1 count now on Danielle Davis. Here comes the pitch from Lekker. Danielle Davis, a redshirt junior from Missouri City, Texas. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nobody out. Just getting this bottom of the 8th inning underway. Danielle Davis, 7 doubles, a couple of triples, and a home run to her credit. Does have some long ball potential. Got to be careful with this young lady. Here's the 2-2 to her. She takes a swing at right up through the circle, nearly hitting Lekker, but it does not. She got out of the way just in time. So a single to start the bottom of the 8th inning for the Fighting Illini. Avery Steiner will be the batter of record coming in to run for the Fighting Illini is Gabby Robles. She'll be re-entering to run for Davis here in the bottom of the 8th inning. And the top of the order to Avery Steiner. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if we see Steiner lay down a bunt here with nobody out. The infield playing in, corners are down the line. Here's the pitch from Denali Lekker, and she does bunt it out in front of the plate. Kalenna Burns collects, throws to Sammy Diaz. It does move the runner onto second base. And it is the first out of Illinois' bottom of the 8th inning. And bring up Stevie Mead. Mead popped up to Grace Baines at third base. Actually was trying to bunt the last time, and she bunted it up in the air and caught by Grace Baines. Two to two game, bottom of the 8th inning. Illinois at the plate, runner at second base in Gabby Robles. Denali Lekker pitching to Mead, and Mead will go chase one that's down and away from her. She's down on the count at no balls and 1 strike. Mead got also on a fielder's choice back in the 3rd and struck out in her first at-bat. No balls and 1 strike, 2-2 game, Hawks and the Fighting Illini. Here is the 0-1 from Denali Lekker to Mead, down and away again. This time Mead doesn't chase it. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. You can see how effective this wind is becoming here, blowing from first base to third base. Here's a bouncer right to Grace Baines. Looks the runner back at second across the diamond. And the second out of the inning. Nice play by Grace Baines. She holds Gabby Robles at second base. And she calmly throws it across the diamond to Kalenna Burns. It'll bring up Megan Ward. Ward with 2 strikeouts and a flyout today. Ward, 333 coming into the series, all at 330 here in this game. 1 for 2 yesterday with a walk and a run scored. Here's the first pitch from Denali Lekker. Pitch that she hits out to left field, and it'll foul. It'll drop foul just beyond the left field line. Not sure that it would have been far enough to score Robles from second base. All 3 Hawks had converged on it very quickly, but it's a foul ball, so it's no balls and 1 strike. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning. It's 2-2. Illinois threatening here to end the game if they can get this runner across. There are 2 outs. Runner is Gabby Robles at second. It's the number 3 hitter, Megan Ward. Here's the pitch to her that's down and in. 1 ball and 1 strike. Brianna Vasquez started in the circle for the Hawks. She went 7 innings. Gave up the 2 runs, the 2-run home run to Delaney Rummel. And here Denali Lekker has been called upon to come in and finish off this at bat. Here's the 1-1, and it's down and away. So 2 balls and 1 strike. So here's the 2-1 from Denali Lekker. And the pitch is down and in on her, so it's 3 balls and 1 strike. So the Iowa baseball team ended up beating Rutgers by the score of 12-2. Iowa baseball now at 8-3 and 23-12 on the season, surging right when they need to be here in this Big Ten season. Game 3 is scheduled for tomorrow. Here's one that's hit to in the outfield. Nia Carter comes up with it, and Robles will be held at third base. The base hit by Ward gets through between second and first. Robles, on her way to third, is held up there by Tyra Perry. Nia Carter quickly getting that ball in from right field, and it'll bring up Keller Riono. Riono singled and scored in their last at-bat. She was part of that 2-run home run scoring in the bottom of the 7th inning on Delaney Rummel with that home run. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. Hawkeye infield now in conferring with each other. Just need to get an out here. For Brianna Vasquez, that was the 10th home run that she had given up this season. It gave Illinois a 2-2 tie and forced extra innings. Now it's Keller Riono. She is 2 for 3 on the day. Runners at first and third. Here's the pitch from Denali Lekker. And it's a pitch is down and in. 1 ball and no strikes. Lekker, the sophomore from Ogden, pitching to Tristan Doster, the freshman out of Fort Dodge. She stepped out on front of home plate, giving some signals to the defense what they're going to do here, what the pitch is coming. Here is the 1-0. It's a pitch that's right down the middle called strike 1. 1 ball and 1 strike to Kelly Riono. Again, she's 2 for 3 on the day. Riono yesterday was 0 for 2 with a walk and a strikeout. She did score a run. She a 365 hitter coming into the series, 358 in this game, so she's very capable of putting the bat on the ball. Here is the 1-1 from Denali Lekker. And it's a pitch that's down and away. 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the bottom of the 8th inning. Fighting Illini fighting for their lives to stay in the game. Get a 2-run home run in the bottom of the 7th. Now with runners at the corners in the bottom of the 8th, 2 outs. And it's Kelly Riono, the number 4 hitter in the lineup. But she's 2 for 3 on the day. 2-1 count on her. Here's the pitch from Denali Lekker, a pitch that she hits out to right field. And Sammy Diaz makes the play at second base onto Kalenna Burns, and that will end the Fighting Illini here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Still tied at 2 as we go into the top of the 9th. Sammy Diaz will get his starter for the Hawks when play resumes. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
Have you heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit Epson.com/TV to learn more.
So we head into the top of the 9th inning. Iowa and Illinois doing battle here today. Hope you enjoyed the football scrimmage. I'm sure there were a lot of people at Kinnick Stadium today as they get an idea what's happening with this Iowa Hawkeye football team, the preview of the 2022 football season. And again, you fans that want to be a part of the next selection for the Wave theme song, you can go on to HawkeyeSports.com/wave and make your suggestion. And then soon enough, they will. The University of Iowa will hold a vote, 3 different votes to get it down to 8, 4, and 2. And then the third vote will determine the final song that will be announced on August 1st as they head into the football season. Here is a pitch hit by Sammy Diaz out to left field. And it is caught for the first out of the 9th inning. That'll bring up Grace Baines. Baines in her last at-bat singled, stuck at first. That back in the 6th inning. Here's the first pitch to her that's down and in. She's 1 for 3 in the day. She popped up to second, popped up to first in her first 2 at-bats. Up in the count now, 1 ball and no strikes. Here is the 1-0 to her that is called strike 1 right on that inside corner. Baines on the season with 4 multi-hit games. All 2-hit games, the last one back on February 20th against Oregon State. Here is the 1-1 that she grounds out into left field and a base hit. So Grace Baines has back-to-back base hits for herself, and it'll bring up Tristan Doster. Doster, the freshman catcher out of Fort Dodge, singled in her last at-bat. Singled in her second at-bat. She then popped up to first base in her last at-bat. Runner at first, teammate at first base in Grace Baines. She'll foul the first pitch back, and it falls into the stands here at Eichelberger Field. Again, a nice day on tap in Champaign. Temperature now up to 83 degrees. The wind has increased to 30 miles per hour. Here is the 0-1 now. That becomes no balls and 2 strikes. 30 mile per hour wind out of the south on an 83-degree day in Champaign. Here's the 0-2 to Doster, a pitch that she'll hit on the ground right up the middle, and she'll get a base hit. That'll move Grace Baines on to second. Great piece of hitting there by Tristan Doster. Went with a pitch that was up and away a little bit, and she got the fat part of bat around it, and she made him pay to the left of Sickles in the circle and to the right of Avery Steiner at second base. And now we come to the bottom of the order for the Hawks. It'll be Riley Sheehy. Sheehy flew out to left field in her 2 previous at-bats. Nobody out. 1 out as Sammy Diaz flew out to left field in her first at-bat. We'll see if head coach Renee Gillespie elects to have Riley Sheehy bunt this ball. Now remember, there's a second game to be played here this afternoon. Tomorrow's game moved to today as part of a doubleheader because of the rainy weather that is anticipated in Champaign tomorrow. So we're in game 1 here now in the 9th. This being the 9th inning, and now going to have a fresh pitcher coming in for Sydney Sickles. It'll be Tori McQueen. Tori McQueen will come in here in the top of the 9th inning to pitch. Now, McQueen is no stranger to success. She is a sophomore from Mooresville, Indiana. She was the pitcher of the week In the week of April 11, just last week, which led to Sydney Sickles, pitcher of the week this week. So Tori McQueen, she has a 2.62 ERA, 90 2/3 innings pitched, has allowed 81 hits, 39 runs, 34 earned, 18 walks, 109 strikeouts. Left-handed pitcher facing Riley Sheehy with one out, runners at first and second. Here is the 1-0 to Riley Sheehy, a pitch that's outside, so it's 2 balls and no strikes. McQueen here is the 2-0 to Sheehy. That's called strike one, 2 balls and 1 strike. She last pitched in the Louisiana game in which they lost. Louisiana Lafayette beat Illinois 4-2. McQueen went 5 1/3 innings, gave up 8 hits, 2 runs. Both were earned. Here's the 2-1 that now becomes 3 balls and 1 strike. And for McQueen, she was the Big Ten Pitcher of the Week for her performance the week heading into April 11. Here's the 2-1 that now becomes 2 balls and 2 strikes. She made 3 appearances, 2 innings of relief, giving up no hits, no walks, striking out 3 batters, and then earned 2 complete game victories against Wisconsin as they swept the Badgers. Here's the 3-2 to Riley Sheehy. Pitch that Sheehy swings at and misses, and she's down on strikes. McQueen tossed 14 innings across the 2 games, giving up just 2 runs and 5 hits and 1 walk. Striking out 16 batters, 13 of them in Game 1 of the doubleheader against Wisconsin. So she's certainly very capable pitcher for the Fighting Illini. The sophomore here is a check swing foul. Sheehy strikes out. That's the second out of the inning. Runners at first and second, and Briley Klosterman at the plate for the Hawks. Briley 0 for the weekend. We're in the top of the 9th inning. We got a 2-2 ball game. Illinois and Iowa. Illinois trailed 2-0 going into the bottom of the 7th. Got a 2-run home run from Delaney Rummel to tie it. And that's where we stand since the bottom of the 7th inning. Illinois will come to the plate in the bottom of the 9th inning. No matter what happens here, see if the Hawks can get a run across. Briley Klosterman, the leadoff hitter for the Hawks, again having a tough weekend. 0 for 4 today, 0 for 4 yesterday. Working against Tori McQueen. McQueen, the left-handed pitcher. Here's a pitch that Briley goes around and can't connect with. And she's down on the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Briley, a sophomore from North Liberty, prepping at Iowa City Liberty High School, 3-time All-State player. Great high school softball player she was. Here's the 0-2 pitch that she lifts up into the outfield between short and left, and the shortstop can't get it. Right off of her glove, and the Hawks score. They were running on the play anyway, and Briley Klosterman lifts one between short and left field. Ward, the shortstop, got her glove up on it, couldn't get it into her glove and close it. And on the meantime, Grace Baines, running the bases, rounds it and scores and gives Iowa the 3-2 lead. Bring up Nia Carter. It'll be an error on the play. No matter what happens, the Hawks have the 3-2 lead now, and it brings up Nia Carter. She also 0 for 4 on the day. Here is the 0-2 to Nia from McQueen. One that she hits out into right field. As she got enough power, she pushes the right fielder back, and it's off the wall. Iowa going to get some more runs here on this at-bat. Nia Carter with a triple, scoring Briley Klosterman and Tristan Doster, and now the Hawks lead 5-2. Outstanding top of the ninth inning for the Hawks, and Denali Lekker will come into the plate. So Klosterman had an RBI, got on an error, and that'll be an RBI score because she had Grace Bain scoring, and now a 2 RBI triple for Nia Carter makes it a 5-2 game. Iowa leading here in the top of the ninth inning. Here now the 1-1 to Denali Lekker. Pitch that she swings at. Out into left field. Is a stay in fair? It does! Denali Lekker now with a 2-run home run. Hit a solo home run yesterday. Now she rocks the place with a 2-run home run today, scoring Nia Carter in front of her. And the Hawks explode for 5 runs here already in the top of the ninth inning. Iowa had struggled. They scored 2 in the top of the fourth, held on to the lead until the bottom of the seventh inning, until Illinois would tie it at 2-2. And now finally, 5 at-bats later, the Hawks explode for 5 runs to make it 7-2. And it's Kalenna Burns at the plate for the Hawks. 2 outs. Bases are clear. Kalenna Burns at the plate. 0 for 3 on the day. She was hit by a pitch and scored back in the 4th inning. She was the first of those 2 runs. So Illinois replacing Sydney Sickles with Tori McQueen. The Hawks have teed off on her. Sickles probably will be credited with the first 2 runs as they were on base when Tori McQueen came in to pitch. But since then, the Hawks teed off with 3 more. Here's the 1-0 now the 1-1 to Kalenna Burns. She takes a cut at and misses. That'll end the Hawks here in the top of the ninth inning. But Iowa, with 5 runs in this top of the ninth inning, will take a 7-2 lead into the bottom of the ninth. And it'll be the number 5 hitter, ironically enough, Delaney Rummel, at the plate when play resumes. She hit the 2-run home run in the bottom of the 7th inning, but a solo home run won't do them much good now at this point, trailing by 5. They need 5 to send it to the 10th and 6 to win it. Iowa 7, Illinois 2 as we head into the bottom of the 7th inning. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
Have you heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big, bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit Epson.com/TV to learn more.
Well, the Hawks get 5 runs in the top of the 9th inning. They get 3 of them. There was 1 out. They got a single from Grace Baines, then a single from Tristan Doster, and then an RBI on the error made on Briley Klosterman, hit out to center field, scored a run. And then Nia Carter with 2 RBI triple. And then a 2-run home run from Denali Lekker. Gave them their 5 runs, and now they can have some comfort coming into the bottom of the 9th inning, knowing that Illinois has to score 5 runs to tie 6 to win it. Now, they can do it. They certainly have the capability, but we'll see if Iowa can shut them down right here. Delaney Rummel at the plate for the Fighting Illini. Hit a 2-run home run in the bottom of the 7th inning. Here's one that she'll foul back into the backstop. Rummel on the day with the 2-run home run, a strikeout and a ground out, 1 for 3. Denali Lekker with her 9th home run of the season and her 23rd and 24th RBIs. Nia Carter with her third triple of the season and her 17th and 18th RBIs. Klosterman picks up an RBI. She's up to 17. All 5 of those runs in the top of the 9th inning. We're in the bottom of the 9th is Delaney Rummel. 1-1 count. Here's the pitch as she'll ground just past Sophia Morris at shortstop. So Delaney Rummel starts it off like she did in her last at-bat. Well, she had a home run in her last at-bat. She starts this half inning off, the bottom of the 9th inning with a single, and it brings up Kaylee Powell. Powell, the number 6 hitter in the lineup. Powell walked, grounded to Sophia Morris, and struck out. Nobody out. Runner at first. The left-handed Powell at the plate, batting .301 coming into this game. Working against Denali Lekker. Lekker, the sophomore pitcher from Ogden. Here's the first pitch to her that's up and away. So 1 ball and no strikes on Kaylee Powell. What a burst of energy in that top of the 9th inning for the Hawks, scoring 5 times to take the 7-2 lead. Here we are on the bottom of the 9th. Runner at first, nobody out. Powell, the pitch, she hits it out to right field. Here comes Nia Carter on the move. She got it in her glove, but she was unable to make the catch. And in the meantime, Delaney Rummel had to hold up at first base to tag, so she is forced at second base. And Kaylee Powell will be on an error by Nia Carter. Carter had it in her glove, went to the ground and lost it on her way down, but she was able to pick it up and go right to second base and get the force on Delaney Rummel. 1 out, runner at first. And the batter is Bella Loya. Loya looks at a pitch that's down and away, so 1 ball and no strikes. Got to be careful with her. But nevertheless, again, Iowa can sacrifice a run, maybe 2 here at this point, but need to get some outs. Take them one at a time, finish off this game. Here is the 1-0 to Bella Loya. She grounds it between first and second base. Quickly, Nia Carter in from right field. And so that's the first base hit for Bella Loya here today. And it brings up Zoe Carroll, the scheduled hitter. We'll see if Carroll is back at the plate. Now it'll be Paige Berkmeyer. Berkmeyer came in to pinch hit in the bottom of the 7th inning. And she grounded out to Sophia Morris at short. And now we're going to have a pinch runner for Bella Loya. And coming in is Zoe Howard. Zoe Howard will come in and pinch run for Bella Loya in the bottom of the 9th. Now Zoe Howard just making her 16th appearance. She has scored 6 times. Howard is a freshman out of O'Fallon, Illinois, went to O'Fallon Township. Assistant coach Rick Dillinger out now in the circle talking with Denali Lekker. They're going to talk about pitches to throw. Just need to try to get them 1 out at a time. I mean, Illinois has a long way to go, but Zoe Carroll will be Paige Berkmeyer at the plate. Berkmeyer has hit 4 doubles on the season. She's 16 of 50, and she pinch hit yesterday. So she's 16 of 51, capable of hitting the ball. So Paige Berkmeyer steps to the right-handed batter's box. Teammates at first and second. There is one out, working against Denali Lekker. Berkmeyer batting the number 8 spot, as she did the last time at bat. Here is the first pitch to her. It's called strike one on the inside corner. Nice way to start for Denali Lekker. Hawks just need to get an out at a time and finish off this game. They score 5 times in the top of the 9th inning to take the 7-2 lead. That's where we stand now. One out in the bottom of the 9th. Illinois at the plate. Runners at first and second. Here's the 0-1 that now becomes 1 ball and 1 strike on Paige Berkmeyer. Berkmeyer has started 17 of the 21 games that she's played. So she's no stranger to being in pressure situations. Here's the 1-1 to her that she'll bound foul back towards the Fighting Illini dugout. Coming up on 2 hours and 36 minutes of play time here between Iowa and Illinois. Fighting Illini won the first game yesterday 4-2. Iowa has done a great job here today, even giving up the 2 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning on the home run. Here is the 1-1, swing and a miss. And that's Paige Berkmeyer striking out, and that's out number 2 in the Fighting Illini's bottom of the 9th inning. It looks like Danielle Davis. No, it's going to be Zoe Howard. No, not Zoe Howard. We have Jalen Vickery will bat here for Danielle Davis. Jalen also no stranger to pressure situations. Vickery herself has started 26 of 32, 34 games. She came in yesterday and as the designated player, the left-handed hitting Vickery. We're in the bottom of the 9th inning, and Jalen Vickery, looking at the first pitch from Denali Lekker. Vickery, a .301 hitter, 22 hits and 73 at-bats. She no player to play around with. 7 doubles, 2 triples. She has hit 3 home runs on the season. Now, if she does hit a home run here, it's just a 3-run home run. It still makes it 7-5, but it still makes it 7-5. Hawks want to stop it right here, end this game as quickly as possible. 2 outs. Runners at first and second. No balls and a strike on Vickery. Here's the pitch that's down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Denali Lekker in the circle for the Hawks. Denali came in at the start of the bottom of the 8th inning. So she's going to be credited with no less than 2 innings pitched here in this game. She went 4 1/3 yesterday. Here's the 1-1 to Vickery, a pitch that is right on that outside corner, but she doesn't get the call. Tristan Doster doing a nice job to try to frame that in there. Make that umpire make that strike call, but can't get it done. 2 balls and 1 strike to Jalen Vickery. Here's the pitch from Lekker, a pitch that she swings at and will miss and foul. Well, actually, foul it into the backstop. So a 2-2 count on Jalen Vickery. Jalen Vickery, a redshirt sophomore from Kankakee, Illinois, who last year batted .306 and was part of the Big Ten freshman team, all Big Ten freshman team, started and played all 44 games last year. 2-2 count. 7-2 lead for the Hawks. 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Vickery, she'll bound it past. It gets to Kalenna Burns. And Burns will boot it towards second base. In the meantime, runners are advancing. Powell goes to third and then would score as that ball got away from Kalenna Burns. Zoe Howard goes from second to third. And Jalen Vickery will be on first base on a fielder's choice. And a run is in. Makes it 7-3 Iowa. And it'll bring up the top of the order, Avery Steiner. Steiner sacrificed bunt in her last at-bat, but 0 for 3 in front of that. Hawks tried to make a play. Kalenna had to go to her right. Wasn't as if it was hit right to her. She hit it off the heel of her glove, and it went towards second. Sammy Diaz was not over there, and in the meantime, that allowed Kaylee Powell to round third to get home for that run here in the bottom of the ninth inning. So it brings up Avery Steiner, leadoff hitter. Steiner, second team All Big Ten a year ago. Left-handed slap-hitting leadoff hitter. Here's the first pitch from Denali Lekker. And it's a pitch that Steiner right to Morris. Morris to first. Game over. Hawks win 7-3. Nice play by the Hawks to finish off this game number 2 of this 3-game series. Tight ball game all the way through. Iowa with 5 runs in the top of the ninth inning to take the 7-2 lead, allow Illinois 1 in the bottom of the ninth inning, and close it down with a ground out to Sophia Morris at shortstop. Folks, what a great win for this Iowa Hawkeye softball team to beat up on an Illinois team at their own place here, at their own building, and a team that's in third place in the Big Ten. That tells you how much this Iowa softball team really, truly is when it comes to playing. They're beating themselves most of the year. They didn't have that happen here today. So we'll have the second game here coming up in about a half hour. It's 20 till 4 now, so I'm assuming anywhere between 4 and 4:05, that second game, the third game of the series, the doubleheader today, will begin. Congratulations to the Iowa Hawkeyes, 7-2 win, or 7-3 win over the University of Illinois in Big Ten play. The Hawks now go to 2-14 and break a losing streak of 8 games with this 7-3 win. Yeah, an 8-game losing streak the Hawks break here in this win over the Fighting Illini. And the Fighting Illini now go to 28-16. And 11-4 in the Big Ten. So hang on tight. We'll get to that second game here coming up in within 20 minutes to 25 minutes, maybe even a half hour. I'm Jerry Koala. Hope you've enjoyed this broadcast. Be back with you here in a little bit. All right, folks, we're still awaiting the start of this second game of the doubleheader. How about an exciting finish to that game one today? The Hawks winning that one by the score of 7-3. Iowa was up early 2-0. Illinois would tie in the bottom of the seventh on a 2-run home run. And then Iowa in the top of the ninth inning would get 5 runs to take the 7-2 lead. 2 of them on a 2-run home run by Denali Lekker. She had a solo home run yesterday. And then Illinois would score 1 in the bottom of the ninth inning, but it was too little too late. They couldn't come up with enough of them from there. Iowa wins that one 7-3. Again, we await the start of this second game of the doubleheader between Iowa and the University of Illinois from Champaign, as we are just getting the lineups put in and getting things taken care of. And around the Big Ten today, Wisconsin defeated Nebraska. They had their games postponed yesterday, so they moved it to today. Wisconsin beat Nebraska 3-2 in the first game of their doubleheader. That moves Nebraska's Big Ten record now to 13-1, and Wisconsin goes to 9-4 as they're in 5th place. Also, Northwestern defeated Indiana today 8-1 to go to 13-2 overall. Indiana is in 9th place. They have fallen to 6-7. Also, Maryland and Minnesota have split a doubleheader so far. Minnesota won yesterday's game 13-1 in 5 innings. That moved Maryland to 10-5. But Maryland has come back to win 6-1 today to go to 11-5. Minnesota in 10th place now with a 7-7 record. Ohio State and Michigan have split. Ohio State won yesterday 6-2 in Ann Arbor, and Michigan has come back today to win 4-3, so they split that. Ohio State now is 9-6, and Michigan at 8-8, an uncharacteristic 8-8 for the University of Michigan. Also, Penn State has beat Rutgers twice, 4-3 and 8-0. Penn State now at 10-5. Rutgers is a team that's just beneath the Iowa Hawkeyes in the Big Ten's standings. Rutgers in 14th place now with a 1-16 record. Iowa is in a tie now for 12th place with Michigan State with 2-13, 2-14 records. So that'll be a big battle. Now, these two teams do not play this year, Michigan State and Iowa. So Iowa's just going to have to take care of their entry into the Big Ten by winning as many games as they can, including even this second game of the doubleheader today. And then Hawks go to Northwestern next weekend, and then we'll host Purdue at the end of the regular season in 2 weeks. Purdue is in that tie for 11th place with Michigan State with 2 runs. Well, that gives Iowa in there at the same time, all with 2 wins. Michigan State defeated Purdue today 8-0, and Michigan State in there. So it's going to be a battle for that 12th spot heading into the Big Ten tournament. Minnesota would be as close as anybody to that number 12 spot. They are at 7-7 though. Purdue at 2-10, Michigan State 2-13, Iowa 2-14, Rutgers at 1-16. Those are kind of the scores around the Big Ten here this afternoon. as we get ready for the start of this second game of the doubleheader between the Hawks and the Fighting Illini from Champaign. Again, today's second game moved to today because of the impending weather tomorrow being rainy and very windy tomorrow, so they wanted to play a doubleheader today. And, of course, Game 1 today was a 9-inning affair that Iowa would eventually win by the score of 7-3, scoring 5 runs in the top of the 5th inning. We'll take a break here momentarily and be back with the start of this second game of the doubleheader. So the Iowa Hawkeyes will head to the batter's box with Bradley Klosterman to lead it off. Catherine Sterner will be in the circle for the Hawks here today in the second game of this doubleheader. Ohio State will counter with Lauren Wiles. Lauren pitched in Friday's game. So Wiles coming into the series. Coming into the series, now making her 12th start in the game on Friday. She went 5 2/3 innings, which takes her up now to 77 2/3 innings. She gave up 4 hits. She's now up to 85 hits, 72 hits on the season. She gave up 2 runs. That makes it 43. One of them was earned, so now it's 31 earned runs. She walked a couple of batters, so she's up to 34. She struck out 4, now up to 72. Her ERA, somewhere around 3, between 2.95 and 3. That's Lauren Wiles in the circle for Illinois to begin this second game. And we are underway. It's Briley Klosterman at the plate. Briley has had a pretty tough series, but nevertheless, she'll take the win. She recorded an RBI after that first game. She scored a run, and she's down on the count at 0 balls and 1 strike. Here she hits a foul ball back into the backstop. Briley in the game that Iowa just won 7-3. She was part of that 5-run 9th inning. She got on an error by the second baseman, and it was an RBI that scored a run. Here's the 0-2. Then now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Prior to that, though, she was 0 for 4, and then on Friday she was also 0 for 4. So she's behind on the count now at 1 ball and 2 strikes, working against Lauren Wiles. Here's a pitch that she kind of check swings over to second base. Avery Steiner will pick it up and throw her out. That's out number 1 in the Hawks' top of the first inning. It'll bring up Nia Carter with a triple in that top of the 7th inning of game number 1 today. A 2-run triple that gave Iowa their first 2 runs of that 5th inning, and then as a 2-run home run by Denali Lekker to make it happen. And Nia down on the count now at 0 balls and 1 strike. Again, that was a big win for the Iowa Hawkeyes, folks. They're trying to get their way to the number 12 seed and the Big Ten tournament. That's still 3 weeks away. Here's a bunt that goes foul into the backstop, and she will be back in the left-handed batter's box. I'm talking about Nia Carter. Nia, prior to the 2 RBI triple, was 0 for 4 in that first game, and she was 0 for 3 in game 1 on Friday. Here's the 0-2 that now becomes 1 ball and 2 strikes. 17 multi-hit games on this season. She's hit safely, she had hit safely 8 of the last 9 coming into the Illinois series. And it was 8 of 10. Now it's 9 of 11 with the triple she hit in the top of the 7th inning. But nevertheless, it was very crucial for her to at least put the ball in play, make Illinois try to defend it, and it happened to be a triple. She's got some good power with that bat, and I think it kind of surprised Illinois in that right field. Here's the 2-2 that now becomes 3 balls and 2 strikes. But Nia has been on hitting streaks all season long, started the season with a 2-game hitting streak, then went on a 7-game hitting streak, a 4-game hitting streak, 6, 3, and 7. So she certainly is no stranger to hitting streaks. Here is the 2-2 from Lauren Wiles, and the 3-2 now becomes ball 4. It was a 3-2 pitch. So now ball 4, Nia Carter is on first base. Brings up Denali Lekker. Lekker has been a hitting gem this weekend, hit a solo home run in the first game on Friday. Although the Hawks lost the game 4-2, she came back and hit a 2-run home run in the top of the 7th inning in the first game of the doubleheader today. Helped that Hawks with a 5-run 7th. Here's the first pitch to her that's called strike 1. But just what a relief for this Iowa team to win that game and beat a good Illinois team ranked number 25 and at their place. Just shows you how the potential this Iowa Hawkeye softball team has. Here's the 0-1 from Wiles, one that's down and away, and strike 2. Quickly down to first base with a snap throw to see if Nia Carter was paying attention, and she was. So Denali on the series, 1 for 4 in the previous game. She's now 2 for 6 with 2 runs scored and 3 runs batted in. Here is the 0-2 check swing. Going to call strike 3. Going to say that she went far enough around. And so that's 2 outs for Hawks here in the top of the first inning. Brings up Kalenna Burns. So she's down on the count of no balls and one strike is Kalenna Burns. Burns 0 for 4 in the first game today. She was 0 for 3 yesterday, so 0 for 7. Kalenna scored a run, though. She was hit by a pitch in her second at-bat. So 0 for 4 with a run scored and hit by a pitch. One and one. Here's the count now. High. Hopper fielded by Ward at short. Steps on second base. And that will end the Hawks in the top of the first inning. We've played one, and we've got plenty of at-bats to go for both of these teams. Scoreless, Illinois comes to the plate when play resumes. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
Anything can happen when the Cyclones and Hawkeyes come to compete. It's where the rubber meets the road. Neighbors become rivals and friends become foes. Some go home broken-hearted, while others are victorious. When the dust finally settles, one thing stands true. No matter which side you're on, you're part of tradition. For those who are Iowan through and through, we're Iowa Corn, a proud sponsor of the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk Series. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa.
Well, we welcome you back to Eichelberger Field on the campus of University of Illinois in Champaign as the Hawks and the Fighting Illini play in the rubber match of this series. Each has won a game. Illinois won Friday by the score of 4-2, and the Hawks just finished off a 9-inning game, 7-3 with 5 runs in the top of the 5th inning. They haven't had that kind of explosion for a while, probably for the entire season at this point, but nice to see it happen to them. That you could just see the relief of the pressure go off of them, although they still got a long way to go in this season, but that helps them tremendously as we head into this game and then games moving forward. There are only 2 weekends remaining of the regular season after today. So Avery Steiner will step to the plate for the Fighting Illini. And she's working against Catherine Cerna. Cerna coming into the game, making just her first start of the year. She's thrown but 5 innings. And although she looked fairly decent against Ohio State last weekend, she threw 3 innings then, gave up 2 hits, no runs. She walked 3 and struck out 4. Tall, lanky lady out of Santa Fe Springs, California, which is in south central Los Angeles. In her high school career, she had a .79 ERA. That was her senior year, had 116 strikeouts that high school year. Here is the 2-1, is now 2 balls and 2 strikes on Avery Steiner. Two-two count now. Here's the pitch from Kat Cerna. And it's a pitch that's upstairs, so it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. And the Hawks did that against Sydney Sickles, who was the reigning Big Ten Pitcher of the Week for her performances last week. Iowa did that gracefully through those 8 innings that she pitched. 3 balls and 2 strikes now on Avery Steiner against Kat Cerna. Here's a pitch that's grounded to Sammy Diaz. And she kept it in front of her but was unable to handle it. And so that'll be issued an error on Sammy Diaz. It took a couple of bad hops on her, especially the last one that bounced up in front of her. And so the runner on first base, it brings up Stevie Mead. Here's a bunt forward to Kat Cerna. She gets it over to Sammy Diaz at first base, covering as Kalenna Burns charging down first base. And that's one out. It does move Avery Steiner on to second base, and it brings up Keller Riono. So Riono looking at the first pitch from Kat Cerna, Riono with a 364 average. She had 2 hits in the first game this afternoon and 1 run scored. She scored a run yesterday, was 0 for 2 with a walk and a strikeout. So 1 for 6. Here's one that she lifts up into the air and is pushing Riley Sheehy back just over her outstretched glove as it hits the bottom of the wall and bounces right back up to her. But in the meantime, Steiner around third base and in for the score and a stand-up double by Keller Riono. And for Riono, that is her 7th double. That's a number of doubles for the Fighting Illini. They lead the Big Ten in doubles hit. And interesting that they didn't hit any in the first game of the doubleheader today. Rummel hit a 3-run home run. They hit 1 double on Friday, so now they're up to 83 doubles on the season. Again, it leads the Big Ten. And that'll bring up Delaney Rummel. Rummel poked a home run in one of her at-bats back in game number 1 of the doubleheader today. And that was in the bottom of the 7th inning that tied the score at 2-2. Now the umpire talking to Kat Cerna about something. And now with an 0-2 count on Delaney Rummel, the third baseman, looking at a pitch from Kat Cerna. Here it comes, and a pitch that's upstairs. Kat trying to fire it by her, but it was up and away. So the freshman, Catherine Cerna, Santa Fe Springs, California, went to St. Paul High School, getting just a few innings into the season, but this is her first start. Really probably not a bad time to get her start. It takes a while to get acclimated to this level. Here's the 1-2 that's ripped down the third base line by Delaney Rummel and foul. Runner at second is Kaylee Riono with an RBI double as she scored Avery Steiner, who was on second base. So quickly Illinois up to a 1-0 lead. And it's Delaney Rummel at the plate. 1-2 count on her. Catherine Cerna, the freshman pitcher in the circle for the Hawks. Here is the 1-2, an off-speed pitch. That's 2 balls and 2 strikes. 80-degree day here in Champaign. Wind out of the south, though. It started at 25 mile per hour, now up to 30 mile per hour. So it's building strength as the day goes on. Here's the 2-2 that's down and away. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. On Delaney Rummel, again, she was 2 for 4 with a 2-run home run in the first game today. Yesterday, she was 1 for 3, so she 3 of 7 in the series. Here's the 3-2 from Cerna. Pitch that Rummel goes after, a high pitch that she cannot connect with, and she strikes out. That is out number 2 of this Illinois bottom of the first inning, and it'll bring up Bella Loya. Loya now being reinserted back in the catcher's spot. She gets a relief from catching every so often. She did the designated player role in the last game, was 1 for 4. Here is the first pitch to her that's down and away, so it's 1 ball and no strikes. She was 2 for 2 on Friday with an RBI. She had an RBI single in the second inning that tied that game at 1 apiece. Here's one that hits off of her, the fist of her bat, and I think she was going to try to encourage it off of her hand, but it hit the bat, and she'll remain in the batter's box. Now, head coach Tyra Perry coming down the third base line to talk with the umpire and her player. I think they're trying to find the spot that it hit the bat, but the umpire said no. It was, they're still talking about it. And he's going to make her stay in the right-handed batter's box. Tyra Perry trying to plead her case, but to no avail. And so she'll remain at bat. 1-1 count on her is Bella Loya. I talked about Loya, a dangerous hitter in her own. Illinois up 1-0 here in the bottom of the first inning. Runner at second base and Keller Riono, number 5 hitter, and Bella Loya at the plate with a 1-1 count. Here's the pitch from Catherine Cerna that's upstairs. Catherine really tries to throw that rise pitch very hard. Gets a lot of velocity on it, but it starts at the high level and it ends up near the top of the helmet of the batter. It's just something she needs to work on. Here is the 2-1 to Loya, pitch that's down and in. 3 balls and 1 strike. On the graduate senior Bella Loya, batting .267 coming into the game. Loya coming into the series at .254, so with her hits that she's got in the first 2 games, she's improved her batting average. Here's the 3-1 to Loya. It's a pitch that's an off-speed pitch down and in, and it bounces across the plate. And in the meantime, Keller Riono heads to third base. Loya down to first on the walk, and so with runners at the corners and 2 outs, Illinois has a run in, and it brings up Kaylee Powell. Powell, the first-team All-Big Ten performer a year ago, was 1 for 3 in the game today, 1 for 3 yesterday, so 2 for 6. Has 2 RBIs on the weekend. Steps to the left-handed batter's box with 2 outs. Illinois leading 1-0. Catherine Cerna, the freshman pitcher, in the circle. Here's one that she hits out to right field, right out to Nia Carter. Beyond Carter's reach, she was trying to shield her eyes from the sun. And coming in to score for Illinois is Keller Riono. And Bella Loya will score from first base on the 2 RBI double by Kaylee Powell. And now Illinois leads this game 3-0 with 2 outs. It'll bring up Danielle Davis. At another double for the Fighting Illini. They're now up to 84 doubles on the season. And again, it's Danielle Davis. Davis, the designated player, hitting .375. Got in the first game today. She's the second leading hitter on the team, number 13 in the conference. Didn't play in Friday's game. Now starting her 24th game in 40 appearances. And she's down on the count at no balls and a strike. Here's the 0-1 that now becomes 1 ball and 1 strike. Kat Cerna in the circle for the Hawks. We'll see how long head coach Renee Gillespie will settle with her. Maybe she'll give her a chance to pitch 2 or 3 innings, give her a little bit of length of time in that circle. Of course, she'll have to be successful, not allow too many runs. 3 already have come in for Illinois. This is the second game of the doubleheader today. Here's the 0-1 from Cerna. Here's a swing and a miss. Now, Cerna really can throw a hard pitch. That's what head coach Renee Gillespie, assistant coach Rick Dillinger are looking for, somebody who can really zing it with control. And then she throws that one past Danielle Davis. Danielle Davis, senior, designated player. Here's another swing and a miss, and she strikes out. And that's the third out of the bottom of the first inning, but Illinois gets 3 runs, and they lead the Hawks 3-0 as we head into the top of the second inning. When play resumes, Sophia Morris, the number 5 hitter for the Hawks, will be at the plate. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
Looking for a place to go before and after Hawkeye home games? Make a night of it at Graduate Iowa City Hotel. Take advantage of our in-house Topgolf Swing Suite for a full bar and a menu of American classics, and most importantly, a selection of exciting virtual games from favorites like golf, football, and baseball to more unique options like zombie dodgeball. Call 319-337-4058 for details and reservations at Graduate Iowa City Hotel.
So Illinois leads this game by the score of 3-0. They score 3 in the bottom of the first inning. Just hitting the ball around the park. They lost that first game today 7-3. Iowa actually won the game. Let's put it that way. As the Hawks scored 5 in the top of the 7th inning to win it. They gave up 1 in the bottom. Sophia Morris having a nice weekend. She was 0 for 4 in the last game, or in the first game today, and she was 2 for 2 on Friday with a run scored and a walk. Scored a run in the last game. Sophia singled and scored back in the 4th. The last game, she was 1 for 4, ahead in the count here at 1 ball and no strikes. The junior out of Johnston, the reigning National Junior College Player of the Year a year ago. A good catch for head coach Renee Gillespie. Add to the roster. She's up in the count at 2 balls and no strikes. Here's the 2-0 to her that she hits. And it's a ground ball right to Avery Steiner at second base and quickly up and over to first base for the first out of the top of the second inning. That'll bring up Sammy Diaz. Diaz, she 0 for 2 in the first game today. Here is the first pitch to her. It's down and in. She reached on an error and walked and flew out to left field in her third at-bat. Up in the count at 1 ball and no strikes. Here is the 1-0. Now it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Sammy had a hit in Friday's game, an RBI single. So she's done all right for herself this weekend, playing a good second base. Here's the 1-1 from Lauren Wiles, a pitch that's out and away. 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, the sophomore from Cypress, California, southeast Los Angeles. Here now is the 1-1 from Lauren Wiles, a pitch that's upstairs. 2 balls and 1 strike. Sammy, heading into this series, was on a 6-game hitless streak, and then she broke that yesterday with that RBI single. Hopefully she can get on a roll here. Here's one that she'll hit off kind of the end of the bat, right at second base, and it's a fly out. 2 gone, and Iowa's top of the second. Grace Baines now will hit the right-handed batter's box. Grace, 2 for 4. In the first game of the doubleheader today, singled in her last 2 at-bats and would score one of the 5 runs in the top of the 9th. Here's the first pitch to her. It's called strike 1 in the inside corner. 0 for 3 in yesterday's game with the strikeout. Playing third base now, at least getting her on the field. Played shortstop all of last year. Sophia Morris has done a nice job at shortstop this year. Head coach Renee Gillespie trying to get Grace on the field somewhere, and she's got a really good glove. So getting her at third base. Amber DeSena has played a nice third base as well. No balls and 2 strikes now on the sophomore from Kansas City, Kansas, Grace Baines. Here's the pitch from Lauren Wiles, a pitch that bounces across the plate. And so it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Grace at one point last year had a 7-game hitting streak in Game 1 of the Maryland series, one of the 3 all the way through the 4-game series against the Purdue Boilermakers. She had at least 1 hit in each of those games. Down on the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's a pitch that she fouls over to the Illinois dugout. So the count remains the same at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Grace has had 4 multi-hit games this season, all of them 2-hit games, but the last one all the way back on the 20th of February against Oregon State. Here is a pitch that, again, she fouls back into the dugout, this time over to the Iowa dugout. Played for a number of organized club teams. KC Peppers Gold, Select Fast Pitch, Premium Gold, Premium Game Fast Pitch, Platinum National Championship runner-up in 2019. Here's the 1-2 tour. It's down and away, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Part of the Elite Select Fall Showcase Champions in 2019. Top Guns Champions 2019. Her father, Chuck, played baseball at Nebraska Kearney, not far away from Kansas City. A couple hours. 3 balls and 2 strikes on the sophomore Grace Baines, working against Lauren Wiles, freshman pitcher for the Fighting Illini. Here is the 3-2. Baines, she'll bounce it foul just down the third base line. Remains alive in this at-bat. Doubleheader action here today. I know the coaches don't really like it. They want to see their players give their all in one game. That's what they have elected to do the last couple years, but needing to move the game, tomorrow's game, to today as a second game because of the weather coming into Champaign tomorrow. Here's one that she'll bounce right to Ward at short. Picked up and across the diamond, and that will end the Hawks here in the top of the second inning. We go into the bottom of the second. Illinois leading the Hawks by the score of 3-0. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
In Iowa, we grow corn, a lot of corn. We love seeing our farmers in the fields, and although they're perfect strangers, we know them. We know them by their equipment covered in dust. We know them by their work ethic, where days off don't exist. We know them by the way they wave, passing strangers alike on a 2-lane road. We know them in the midst of our kitchen as we prepare another family meal. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. The Iowa corn farmers are proud to be on the sidelines for the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Well, so let's update you now on the Women's Big Ten Championship. Michigan wins it. Wait a minute. I believe they're going to have that's going to be a third round. Michigan's in the lead at 2 under with a 566. Michigan State in second at 4 over. 572. $570, that is. Iowa is in 13th place in a tie for 13th at 48 over par. And they have a team score of 616, tied with Indiana for that 13th place. I'll let you know for sure what they're doing with that. It will consist of 54 holes, so they will play another 18 tomorrow. And so coming to the plate is Jalen Vickery. Vickery, the junior, batting .311, playing center field. She pinch hit in the last game. Got a base hit, an RBI base hit. And I believe she pinch hit in game number 1, too. She pinch hit in the bottom of the ninth inning, got on a fielder's choice. Well, they gave her a hit, but it was a fielder's choice. Here is the 1-0 that now becomes 2 balls and no strikes. Vickery got a designated player role in game number 1, had an at-bat, and it resulted in nothing. 3-0 the lead for Illinois. Bottom of the second inning, working against Kat Cerna of the Hawks. Now it's 3 balls and no strikes to Jalen Vickery. Here comes a 3-0 from Kat Cerna. And it's up and in. Ball 4. So that'll put Vickery at first base, drawing the walk. And for Jalen on the season, that is the 8th time that she's drawn a base on balls. And for Vickery, she a threat to steal, has stolen 5 in 5 attempts. So we'll see what head coach Tyra Perry has up her sleeve. Miranda Gallardo coming to the plate, just getting her first start of the season, 1 of 2 at the plate. Here she'll bunt one right back to Cerna. Cerna gathers, and she throws to a covering first base by Sammy Diaz. And the sacrifice bunt will move Vickery on to second base. 1 out in Illinois' bottom of the second inning. That brings up Avery Steiner. Steiner reached on an error by Sammy Diaz right away to begin this. They're at bat in the first inning. She would eventually score the first of 3 runs. Now looking at Kat Cerna. Here's the first pitch right down the middle, strike 1. Nice pitch by Catherine Cerna. Boy, she's got a lot of velocity on that hard pitch that she throws when she wants to throw it. Can't do it too often. Players will catch on to it. She's got to be clever with it. Here's the 0-1. And a pitch that Steiner will hit out into center field to Briley Klosterman. Plays it nicely and hauls in for out number 2. And it brings up Stevie Mead, that is, excuse me. Mead with a .305 batting average. Was 0 for 4 in the first game today. And she was 2 for 3 yesterday. 2 for 7, now 2 for 8. 2 for 7. She had a sacrifice bunt in her last at-bat that moved Steiner onto second base. Here's the first pitch from Cerna that's inside. It actually hits her in the right knee. And that tailed in on her. Hard to tell that it really hit her. Catherine Cerna was kind of a little bit upset about it, probably more for herself than anything. I know that ball tailed in on Mead, but it puts her at first base. So runners at first and second, and brings up Keller Riono. Riono doubled in her first at-bat, an RBI double, and then she would eventually score the second run. And here's the first pitch to her, and she swings and misses. Riono down in the count now at no balls and 1 strike. 2 for 4 in the first game today. Here's the 0-1 from Cerna, a pitch that hits that outside corner, so it's strike 2. Riono singled in her first at-bat in the first game and singled and scored in her third at-bat. She was 2 for 4. And then in the game on Friday, she was 0 for 2 with a walk and a score after she walked. Here is one. Nice play by Tristan Doster as Jalen Vickery tries to swipe third base, and she's thrown out by Tristan Doster, who threw it over to Grace Baines. Definitely in time, made the great play. And so Keller Riono will be back at the plate when they return to action in the bottom of the third inning, but we go to the top of the third, and Tristan Doster will be at the plate for the Hawks when play resumes. 3-0 Illinois over Iowa. This is game 2 of the doubleheader today in the third game of the series between the Hawks and the Fighting Illini. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
Hi, Hawkeye fans. My name is Denali.
And I'm Briley, and we're members of your Iowa Hawkeye softball team.
Our team is striving to be number one.
And that's why we trust our vehicles to Iowa City Tire and Service, the #1 automotive shop in Iowa City.
Where service actually comes first.
Iowa City Tire and Service, where their customers become friends because they treat you like family. Find them at 410 Kirkwood Avenue or online at ictire.com. Proud sponsors of Hawkeye softball.
University of Iowa Sports Medicine delivers comprehensive care for competitive and recreational athletes of all ages. Our team of orthopedic surgeons, physicians, and specialists are committed to reducing pain and injury through our advanced training and experience. Same-day, next-day appointments available, no referral needed. Learn more by visiting uihc.org/sportsmedicine. So Illinois with a 3-0 lead out in the field. Going to tangle with the Hawks 8, 9, and 1 hitters. Tristan Doster will begin it off for the Hawks, the freshman catcher out of Fort Dodge. Here is the first pitch to her. Called strike one. Doster 2 for 4 in the second game today, or the first game of the doubleheader today. Singled in her second and fourth at bats, and she scored a run in that second at bat. Here is a hit down to third base, and moving to her left is Delaney Rummel. It bounced off of her shoulder and forward, but she stayed right with it, is able to pick it up and throw out Doster before she gets to first base. Riley Sheehy now will step to the plate. Sheehy, batting number 9 in the lineup today for the Hawks. Here is the first pitch to her that she'll bounce just in front of the circle. Wiles picks it up and throws on to first base for out number 2. To the top of the order we go. It's Briley Klosterman for the Hawks. She grounded out to Avery Steiner at second base in her first at-bat. Is hitless in the series today, this weekend. Here's the first pitch from Lauren Wiles, and Briley will take a cut at it and foul it into the backstop. Had a 4-game hitting streak coming into this series. And that ended abruptly. 3 of those 4 games were multi-hit games. 2 were 2-hit games. 1 was a 3-hit game against Ohio State. Here the 0-1 from Lauren Wiles, bounced back to Wiles, and just like that, the Hawks are down 1-2-3 in their top of the third inning. Well, we're through 2.5. Illinois continues to lead the Hawks by the score of 3-0. They'll come to the plate with Keller Riono, who will be back at the plate when play resumes. This is Hawkeye softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
There's a sense of pride that comes from the life of a farmer. How many people can say they have a famous tan named after them, or be known for their wave when they drive past neighbors and strangers alike on a 2-lane road? Whether it's a farmer's tan or the farmer's wave, we are proud to be known for a lot of things. We feel that pride every night at the dinner table, knowing we feed our family and yours. Iowa Corn is proud to be on the sidelines cheering on the Iowa Hawkeyes. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa.
Home of the Hawkeyes, Finkbine Golf Course and Bumps Restaurant is open for the 2022 golf season, featuring 18 holes of public golf at Finkbine, as well as handcrafted American fare. Stop by today to enjoy quality golf at Finkbine Golf Course and delicious food at Bumps Restaurant. And as I had mentioned, the Hawkeye men's golf team hosted the Invitational last weekend. Kansas won it. Iowa was second. The Hawks will be at the Big Ten Championships next weekend at French Lick, Indiana. On the women's side, they're at the Big Ten Championships in Pittsburgh this weekend, outside of Pittsburgh, I should say. Fox Chapel Golf Club, golf club. Michigan leads after 36 holes with a 3 under 566. Michigan State in second at 4 over 570. And the Hawks are in 13th place at 48 over par at 616. So Keller Riono back to the plate. She doubled in her first at-bat, an RBI double, and she would eventually score. She's up in the count now to ball and no strikes on freshman pitcher Kat Cerna for the Hawks. Here is the 1-0 that she fouls right off the face mask of the umpire. He quickly removes the face mask. I think he was looking for the softball to be embedded into that mask, but it bounced away. Now they're going to come and check on him to be sure that he's not seeing double or triple. That'll wake you up a little bit. So 1-1 strike on Keller Riono, junior right fielder, batting .364 coming into this game. Here's the 1-1 from Katherine Cerna. Freshman wearing number 99 for the Hawks. Here's the 1-1, and it's pitched right down the middle. Oh, gosh. That was, I guess I can't explain any better than that one was certainly over the plate. I think it was waist high, but the umpire saw it differently. 2-1 strike on Riono. Here is the 2-1. Down and in on Riono, and Riono in the extra inning game of the first game of the doubleheader today started off their 2-run seventh inning that they needed 2 with a single, and that was followed by the 2-run home run by Delaney Rummel, which tied that game at 2s, and then finally the Hawks would score 5 in the top of the ninth to win it. Here's Riono popping one up, and it'll go back behind the backstop and land in the bleachers. Sunny skies remain here at Champaign at 80 degrees. Winds, though, very brisk at 30 mile per hour out of the south. Illinois leads this game 3-0. We're in the bottom of the third inning. Here is the 2-1 pitch to Keller Riono. And it's a pitch that she goes after that's well in, down and in on her. And she strikes out. First out of the inning for the Fighting Illini in the bottom of their third inning. That is the third strikeout for Cerna. Brings up Delaney Rummel. Rummel was the first strikeout victim of Kat Cerna back in their first at-bat in the first when they scored the 3 runs. Here's the first offering from Katherine Cerna, a pitch that's upstairs, so it's ball 1. She really does have a nice wind up and a great release, and she has a good rise ball. That thing really rises, and she throws it very hard. She's certainly going to be a great addition in the pitching staff. Here is the 1-0. It's an off-speed pitch that's outside. You know, got the sophomore and Denali Lekker, freshman Devin Greer, and, of course, the senior, the graduate senior in Brianna Vasquez. Throw Cerna in the mix, and then Emma Henderson also does some pitching for the Hawks. 2 strikes on Delaney Rummel. Here's a pitch down the middle called strike 1. Rummel's going to make her throw that strike. And it's 2 strike. Here is Kat Cerna with the 3-0, or 2-1 that is. Now it's a pitch that's upstairs. 3 strike. Really trying to mix things up with it. She does, again, a really good job of getting that windup going and getting some velocity on those pitches. She can throw it hard. She can take some velocity off of it, take some speed off of that pitch, and place it. Here's the 3-1. Is a pitch that's called strike 2. Nice pitch. Went right down the middle, attacking Delaney Rummel, junior third baseman, batting .292. Rummel had 2 hits in the previous game, as I just mentioned, and one of them got her on first base, and she was chased home by the home run hit. Excuse me, it was Delaney Rummel that she chased Keller Riono home on the 2-run home run. Teams have split the first 2 games. This is the rubber match. Here's the 3-2 that she pops up into the infield, chasing it back down the sideline in front of the Illini bench. It's Grace Baines Tristan Doster did a nice job to get over there, but Baines had a better angle on it and makes the put out. Out number 2, and it brings up Bella Loya. Loya walked and scored in her first at-bat and only at-bat. Loya is catching in this game. She is a .267 hitter. Again, been around for 5 years. Bella Loya last year, 2 years ago, she was the second leading hitter on the team. 3 years ago, the third leading hitter on the team. Here's one, a hot shot right to Grace Baines. She collects it right out of the air on the line drive. And that'll be it for the Fighting Illini here in the bottom of the third inning. But they continue to lead going into the top of the fourth. When the Hawks come to the plate, Nia Carter will be at the plate for the Hawks. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
Have you heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big, bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit Epson.com/TV to learn more.
Saturday afternoon in southern Illinois, south central Illinois. It's the Iowa Hawkeyes and the Fighting Illini of Illinois squaring off in a 3-game series. A very pivotal one for especially Iowa. They're battling for going to be the number 12 spot. No way they're going to get up to the number 11 spot. So between Iowa and Rutgers, Michigan State, and Purdue. Now Iowa will only play Purdue among the 3 that are remaining. So they got to hope that they can at least sweep Purdue to eliminate them, and then hope Rutgers continues to lose, and then we'll see what happens with Michigan State. But the thing that's going to help Iowa is just winning out all the way around. The more wins you can get, the better chance you're going to have of making that Big Ten tournament. Nia Carter now steps to the right-handed batter's box. Hit a triple, 2 RBI triple in the 9-inning game in the first game today. Here she grounds out to shortstop, Megan Ward. And so 1 out in Iowa's top of the 4th inning. That'll bring up Denali Lekker. Lekker struck out in her first at-bat, struck out looking on a pitch I think she disagreed with. You can see her shake her head, but she walked away. Here's the first pitch from Lauren Wiles, and the first pitch is right down the middle, so it's strike 1. No balls and 1 strike on the sophomore, Denali Lekker, designated player in this game. She pitched 2 innings of that 9-inning game, the last 2. Here's the 0-1 that now becomes 1 ball and 1 strike. Scattered 6 hits, give up a run, it was earned. She did pick up the win, as Iowa scored 5 runs in the top of the 9th inning to win that game 7-3. 1 ball and 1 strike now on Denali Lekker. Here's the 1-1, a pitch that she rips out into left field, right at the left fielder. Line drive shot. She came in at first and then realized she had to go back. That was Stevie Mead. But she was able to be in the right place when that ball got to her, which was rather quickly, and make the out. 2 outs in Iowa's top of the 4th inning. We head to Kalenna Burns now. Kalenna reached on a fielder's choice. Well, actually didn't reach. She hit into a force play in her first at-bat. Here's the first offering from Wiles, a pitch that's off the plate. Kalenna was 0 for 4 in the first game of the doubleheader today. She was hit by a pitch and scored part of the 2 runs that were scored in that 4th inning to give the Hawks a 2-0 lead. Here's the 1-0 to her that's upstairs, so 2 balls and no strikes. And in the first game on Monday, she was 0 for 3. She had a ground out, a pop out, and a strikeout. I tell you, it's been a very competitive weekend for the Iowa Hawkeyes. Just so many different ways that they've come alive here. Here's the ground ball that's fouled on the third base line. And in weekends like this, you're not going to get a lot of hits. You got to get the right hits, to get the right scores in timely opportunities. Been getting some pretty decent pitching. Vasquez did a nice job in the first game of the doubleheader today, going 7 innings. Here now the 2-1 to Kalenna Burns, a pitch that is upstairs. This umpire a little more difficult, a little tighter strike zone. You can see the catcher turning around and having a chat with him. So Kalenna ahead on the count at 3 balls and 1 strike. Junior out of Corona, California. Here is the 3-1 from Wiles. A pitch that she gets around on, hits it out to right field over the top. Oh, on the run, she makes the grab, and then she bounds off of the wall. What a play out there by Keller Riono. On the run, a dead sprint, reaching up with her left hand and makes the catch on that line drive shot by Kalenna Burns. So that'll end the Hawks in the top of the 4th inning. Illinois continues to lead Iowa 3-0 as we head into the bottom of the 4th inning. This is Iowa softball on Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
Anything can happen when the Cyclones and Hawkeyes come to compete. It's where the rubber meets the road. Neighbors become rivals and friends become foes. Some go home broken-hearted, while others are victorious. When the dust finally settles, one thing stands true. No matter which side you're on, you're part of tradition. For those who are Iowan through and through, we're Iowa Corn, a proud sponsor of the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk Series. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa.
So that Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk Series will continue next Tuesday. That'll be the 26th of April, a week from this Tuesday. Iowa travels to Ames to square off against the Iowa State Cyclones. That'll be a 4 o'clock first pitch time, 4 p.m. on April 26th between Iowa and Iowa State in Ames. We'll have that broadcast for you then. Right now, though, it's the Hawks needing to shut down Illinois. Fighting Illini leading Iowa 3-0. Iowa currently being no-hit by Lauren Wiles. And Kaylee Powell will step to the plate. She had a 2 RBI double in her first at-bat. Didn't score herself, but it did give Fighting Illini their 3-0 lead. Working against Kat Cerna. Kat's done a nice job in a circle. Here's a rip right to right field to Nia Carter. And a first pitch line drive by Kaylee Powell. She's 2 for 2 on the day. And at first base, Danielle Davis now will come to the plate. Davis hitting .375, the senior designated player today. She had pinch hit in the first game. She's getting a start in this game. She's played in 40 games. She's the second leading hitter on the team for the Fighting Illini, and she's the 13th best hitter in the Big Ten. Head coach Tyra Perry giving her a little bit of a break. But she's in there now. Here's the first pitch to her from Catherine Cerna, pitch that she looked like she wanted to bunt at and doesn't, and it's a pitch that's up and away, so it's 1 ball and no strikes. Runner at first, and Kaylee Powell, who just singled, and now the home plate umpire looking at an appeal down to the plate umpire, the base umpire, and he says no. So the count remains the same at 1 ball and no strikes on Danielle Davis. Here comes the pitch from Kat Cerna into the freshman Tristan Doster. And it's a pitch that's upstairs. Again, Kat really firing that pitch on those rise balls, and it really takes off. She's got a lot of velocity on that. Once she gets control of that, it will be a very effective pitch. Nobody out in Illinois' bottom of the 4th inning. Kaylee Powell at first base, Danielle Davis, the number 7 hitter at the plate. Here's the 2-0 to her. She rips one up into the air. It's going foul. Will it get out of play? It does down the left field line. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. 3 Hawkeyes chasing it. Grace Baines, Sophia Morris, and Riley Sheehy out in left field. Rodney Klosterman in second. Nia Carter in right field. The usual outfielders. Catherine Cerna and Tristan Doster is your battery. Grace Baines at third. Sophia Morris at short. Sammy Diaz at second and Kalenna Burns at first. Here's the 2-1, an off-speed pitch. Nice pitch. Froze Davis at the plate. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes to the senior Danielle Davis. Here comes the 2-2 from Kat Cerna. And it's a pitch that's fouled back into the over top of the backstop. and it's continued to be 2 balls and 2 strikes. Illinois leads 3-0. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning. Hawks continue to be hitless in the game. See if they can't get that changed in their next at-bat. Here's the 2-2. Cerna, and this time Davis gets around on it, hits it well foul, a long ways, but well foul down the left field line. And the count remains the same at 2-2. Here again is the 2-2, an off-speed pitch that she got Davis going ahead on to get around on, and she had to hold up and then try to swing again. He just dribbles it right back to Catherine Cerna. I mean, it's as good as a sacrifice bunt, but as it was a swing and a bounce back to the pitcher. And so the put out makes it 1 out. It does move Kaylee Powell down to second base, and Jalen Vickery will step to the plate. Vickery on the All-Big Ten freshman team a year ago. She playing center field, batting .311. Actually, she was in the All-Big Freshman team when she was a freshman 2 years ago. Here is the first pitch to her. A redshirt sophomore, so out of Kankakee, Illinois. Ahead of the count at 1 ball and no strikes. Runner at second base. Here is the pitch. And it's a pitch that's upstairs from Kat Cerna. Needs to stay composed in that circle. Throw good pitches. Let your fielders do what they're supposed to be doing. Runner at second. 2 out. 3-0 lead for Illinois. Here's one that's lifted up into the air out to left field. Riley Sheehy will come in, make the catch. Had an easy routine fly out. Second out. It brings up Miranda Gallardo. Now, Gallardo did a sacrifice bunt in her first at-bat. She's the number 9 hitter in the lineup. Gallardo, only her 3rd at-bat on the season. And Gallardo, again, getting her first start. She's played in 19 games, including today, primarily as a pinch runner. Left-handed Gallardo, the number 9 hitter. Here's the first pitch to her. She swings at and misses. Miranda's a junior out of Buena Park, California. Went to John F. Kennedy High School. Illinois leads this game 3-0. They got 3 in the bottom of the first inning. And so far that has held up. Here is the 1-0. Now it's 2 balls and no strikes. Tristan Doster steps out from behind the plate, giving some indication to the infield about what's going to happen. There's 2 outs. Just need to get the final out here in this at-bat, not allow Illinois any more runs. Here is the pitch, fouled back. So Gallardo now down to a 1 ball and 2 strike count. See if Cerna can take her down right here. Here's the 1-2 from Catherine Cerna as they get the pitch from the dugout. Here's the windup and release, and it's just chopped over to the left of Grace Baines and to the right of Sophia Morris. Morris does claim it, but deep at shortstop, she really couldn't do anything about it, so the base hit will go to Miranda Gallardo. It does move Kaylee Powell onto third base, and it gets the Fighting Illini to the top of the order in Avery Steiner, 372 hitter. Steiner, the leading hitter on this softball team to date, coming in with a 385 average. She's now down to 372. The Hawks really did a nice job on her in the first 2 days. She had 1 hit in the last game. She was 1 for 8 coming into this game. Here's the first pitch to her, and it's upstairs, ball 1. She singled in her second at-bat in the first game today, and she was forced at second. So the only 1 hit she has, it really turned out to be harmless. She's up in the count of the ball and no strikes. Here's the 1-0 on the inside corner. Nice play by, nice pitch by Catherine Cerna. Now, as the steal for Mirando Gallardo goes through, the throw goes down to second base, and then it gets away from Sophia Morris, and that allows Kaylee Powell to score on the error. And it makes it a 4-0 game for Illinois. Gallardo then moves on to third. It got away from the shortstop, Sophia Morris, and she had to chase it out into the very shallow center field. And by that time, the runner had already advanced to third. And as well, Kaylee Powell, who was standing on third base and all of a sudden had a chance to go home, did and scored. Brings up Avery Steiner, remains at the plate with a 1-1 count on it. Here's the pitch, one that Steiner will get around on and foul it back. So it becomes 1 ball and 2 strikes on the senior second baseman, Avery Steiner. Second team All-Big Ten a year ago, was on the National Fast Pitch Coaches Association Midwest All-Region first team as well. Second team Big Ten, first team All-Midwest Region. So it just goes to show that some of those teams on the east part of the Big Ten have some pretty good talent out there that she couldn't best to get up to that first team. But she did make it on the All-Midwest Region team. Fouls this one back again, so the count remains the same at 1 ball and 2 strikes. We're into the second game of the doubleheader today. This game was to be tomorrow, but they moved it to today and part of a doubleheader due to the fact that rain is supposed to move into Champaign tonight and into tomorrow. Here's the 1-2. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes, that pitch upstairs. Looks like Renee Gillespie going to hang on to Catherine Cerna, going to let her pitch her way through this. She's made it here into the 4th inning. And a 2-2 count on the leadoff hitter, Avery Steiner. Here is the 2-2. Steiner will hit it out to left field right at Riley Sheehy, and Sheehy comes in and makes the catch, and that will end the Fighting Illini here in the bottom of the 4th inning. But they pick up an unearned run and lead it 4-0 as we go into the top of the 5th inning. It'll be the number 5 hitter, Sophia Morris, for the Hawks when play resumes. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
Looking for a place to go before and after Hawkeye home games? Make a night of it at Graduate Iowa City Hotel. Take advantage of our in-house Topgolf Swing Suite for a full bar and a menu of American classics, and most importantly, a selection of exciting virtual games from favorites like golf, football, and baseball to more unique options like zombie dodgeball. Call 319-337-4058 for details and reservations at Graduate Iowa City Hotel.
Iowa City Tire and Service is a proud supporter of Hawkeye Softball. Find them at 410 Kirkwood Avenue or online at ictire.com. Iowa City Tire, where service actually comes first. We'll have a chance to talk with the folks from Iowa City Tires. They'll be sponsoring our softball radio broadcast next Saturday with the Hawkeyes at Northwestern. I'll get a chance to talk to them this week. Do a little more promotion of Iowa City Tire. Long-time Iowa Hawkeye supporter of many sports, but especially Iowa Hawkeye softball. So we move into the top of the 5th inning. Iowa scoreless, hitless. They've committed 2 errors. Got Sophia Morris at the plate to begin it. Iowa needs to kick it off. Hopefully they didn't figure out that their big win of the year was the last game in which they scored 5 runs in the top of the 7th inning to take the 7-2 lead and eventual win. Sophia Morris will begin it off for the Hawks, the left-handed hitter. We're in the 5th inning. Top of the 5th, Morris grounded out to Steiner at second base in her first at-bat. Looking at Lauren Wiles. Here's the first pitch from Wiles, and it's down and in. So in the last game, Morris struck out twice. She flew out to third base, and she had a single and scored the first of the 2 runs in that 4th inning to give the Hawks that 2-0 lead. Here is the 1-0 to her. She bounds right down to first base, and Kaylee Powell will pick it up and touch first base on her own for the first out of the Hawkeyes' top of the 5th inning. Sammy Diaz comes to the plate for the Hawks. Diaz flew out to Steiner at second base in her first at-bat. Diaz was 0 for 2 in the first game today with a couple of RBIs. She walked in her first at-bat. She walked in her second at-bat. Popped out to 7. Flew out to 7. The RBIs came in the 4th inning when she reached on an error by the center fielder who dropped a fly ball out to her and allowed 2 runs to score for the Hawks. That's where her RBIs came from. She's down on the count now at no balls and 2 strikes. Here in the top of the 5th inning, Illinois leads it 4-0. Lauren Wiles really had a nice outing Friday. Very steady pitcher, freshman pitcher, doing a nice job here in this game. Here's the 0-2 to Diaz, and Diaz will get around on it and foul it back into the backstop. In Friday's game, Wiles went 5 2/3 innings. She shed 4 hits, gave up 2 runs, one of them earned, walked a couple, struck out 4, and facing 24 batters. In that win for the Fighting Illini, here's the 0-2 to Sammy Diaz. She rips one right to third base. And one hopper scoop picked up and across the diamond from Delaney Rummel over to Powell. And quickly the Hawks are 2 outs in their top of the 5th inning. Grace Baines now will step to the right-handed batter's box. Grace in the first game today, 2 for 4. Grace singled in her last 2 at-bats, and she scored one of the 5 runs in that top of the 9th inning. After singling, she flew out in her first 2 at-bats. Grace, the number 7 hitter in the lineup for head coach Renee Gillespie. Sophomore from Kansas City, Kansas, up in the count at a ball and no strikes. Here's the windup and the release from Wiles. And it's a pitch that Baines gets around on right to Rummel at third base. And in the dirt, but Powell able to corral it before Baines able to get to first base. So 3 up and 3 down, a quick top of the 5th for the Hawks. We head into the bottom of the 5th inning. Stevie Meade, the number 2 hitter for the Fighting Illini when play resumes. 4-0 Illinois leading Iowa. This is Iowa Hawkeye softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
In Iowa, we grow corn, a lot of corn. We love seeing our farmers in the fields, and although they're perfect strangers, we know them. We know them by their equipment covered in dust. We know them by their work ethic, where days off don't exist. We know them by the way they wave, passing strangers alike on a 2-lane road. We know them in the midst of our kitchen as we prepare another family meal. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. The Iowa corn farmers are proud to be on the sidelines for the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hope you're enjoying the broadcast of today's games. The Hawkeyes doing a nice job in game number 1. They got up 2-0. It was tied in the bottom of the 7th on a 2-run home run for Illinois. Went to the top of the 9th inning. Iowa would score 5 runs in the top of the 9th, give up 1 in the bottom of the 9th, and win that game 7-3. And that evened the series at 1 game apiece. And then the Hawks here in this 3rd and final game of the series, trailing 4-0. Iowa tennis today lost to Nebraska 4-0. The Big Ten tournament's next week in Iowa City. Coming down to see some outstanding Division I tennis playing. Not sure that Alexa Noel will be playing. But the Hawkeyes will be represented well in Iowa City. That's April 27 through May 1st. That's Wednesday through Sunday. Here is a pitch that's lifted up high by Stevie Meade and over the wall, and a home run for the freshman Stevie Meade. A solo home run. And for Meade, that is her 4th home run of the season, and it gives the Fighting Illini a 5-0 lead here in the bottom of the 5th inning. One pitch, a high shot out to left field and just carried over the wall. And now the Fighting Illini leading this game 5-0. And for Catherine Cerna, that is the 5th home run that she has given up this year. She gave up 2 in the Oklahoma series. I believe she pitched down in Oklahoma. She did. Win a third of an inning. Now she's facing Keller Riono. Oklahoma's the number 1 team and defending champion, and they are really good. A third of an inning, she gave up 3 hits, 4 runs, 4 of them earned, and 3 of them were home runs. All 3 hits were home runs. Oklahoma just bashing the ball all around softball facilities. And now Cerna is ahead in the count, 0-2 on Keller Riono. Riono struck out in her first at-bat, doubled, had an RBI double in her first at-bat, struck out in her second at-bat, down on the count at no balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch from Cerna, off-speed pitch. Riono had to wait on it, gets around on it, but hits it right at Sophia Morris, and Morris gloves it, throws it across the diamond, and it's the first out of the bottom of the 5th inning for the Fighting Illini. Delaney Rummel steps to the plate, 0 for 2 on the day. Facing Catherine Cerna, Rummel with 2 for 4 in the 9-inning first game today. She hit a 2-run home run in the bottom of the 7th inning to tie the game and send it into extra innings, only to have the Hawkeyes win it. Rummel was 1 for 3 on Friday in the 4-2 win for the Fighting Illini. Here is the 1-0 that now becomes 1 ball and 1 strike. To the junior third baseman, Delaney Rummel, batting .292. Here's the pitch from Cat Cerna, an off-speed pitch. Doesn't get the call. And you can see that Tristan Doster looking around, trying to get a clarification. In a lot of ways, I've seen a lot of umpires make that a strike call, but not here today, and especially in this game with this umpire. Each one is a little bit different. Here's the 2-1, and it's a pitch that's down and in, so it's 3 balls and a strike. Kat Cerna, the freshman out of Santa Fe Springs, California, in south central Los Angeles. Here's the 2-1, and it's a pitch that's lifted up. Getting back to the backstop, trying to make a play on it is Tristan Doster. She does. She makes a sliding dive into the wall and makes the play. Good effort by Tristan Doster to make that put out. Got after a very low pop-up. She went to the ground sliding, got her glove around the ball, and she makes the second out. That'll bring up Bella Loya. Loya popped up to Grace Baines at third, actually a line drive in the back in the 3rd inning. Here's the first pitch to her that's up and away, so it's ball 1. Loya also walked and scored back in that 3-run first inning. Got Illinois off to a good start. They lead it here 5-0 in the bottom of the 5th inning of game number 3. Here now is the 1-0, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Loya, a graduate senior. Catching in this game. She has caught most games, especially in her first 4 years. This being her 5th. Here's the 2-0 from Kat Cerna. Pitch, an off-speed pitch that's down and away. 3 balls and no strikes. Here's a 3-0 from Catherine Cerna to Bella Loya. Loya gets around on it and will foul it back into the backstop. So she'll remain at the plate and a strike on her. Two outs in Illinois' bottom of the fifth inning. They lead at 5-0. They've scored a run here in this fifth inning already on the home run hit by Stevie Mead. Here is the 3-1 pitch, down and in, and it's ball 4. So a 2-out walk is drawn by Bella Loya. She's walked twice in this game. Scored a run after her first walk, that back in the first inning. And it brings up Kaylee Powell. Powell, a 302 hitter, singled and scored back in the fourth inning. And she had a 2 RBI double back in the first inning. Stranded at second base. But Illinois with a 5-0 lead. Just holding things steady. Here is the pitch that's called strike 1 to Kaylee Powell from Catherine Cerna. When the Hawks come to the plate in the top of the sixth inning, it'll be Tristan Doster with the bat. And here's a pitch that's well upstairs. A little bit late release by Cat Cerna. Doster had to quickly jump out of that catcher stance to keep it from going to the backstop. And so it becomes a 1-1 count on Kaylee Powell. Powell, the number 6 hitter in the lineup, batting .302. Here is the 1-1, an off-speed pitch right back to Cat Cerna. Nice pitch. And so that's out number 2 in the bottom of the fifth inning. And so we played 5 innings, and it's Illinois leading the Hawks 5-0 as we head into the top of the sixth inning. And again, it'll be Tristan Doster leading off for the Hawks when play resumes. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
Hi, Hawkeye fans. My name is Denali.
And I'm Briley, and we're members of your Iowa Hawkeye softball team.
Our team is striving to be number 1.
And that's why we trust our vehicles to Iowa City Tire and Service, the #1 automotive shop in Iowa City,
where service actually comes first.
Iowa City Tire and Service, where their customers become friends because they treat you like family. Find them at 410 Kirkwood Avenue or online at ictire.com. Proud sponsors of Hawkeye Softball.
University of Iowa Sports Medicine delivers comprehensive care for competitive and recreational athletes of all ages. Our team of orthopedic surgeons, physicians, and specialists are committed to reducing pain and injury, through our advanced training and experience. Same-day, next-day appointments available, no referral needed. Learn more by visiting uihc.org/sportsmedicine. Well, the Hawks down to their last 2 at-bats as a team, and they've really been pretty much stymied by Lauren Wiles, throwing a no-hitter at this point. As we head into the top of the sixth inning, Tristan Doster will step to the right-handed batter's box. Doster grounded out to third base in her first at-bat. Here's the first pitch from the freshman Wiles, a pitch that's called strike 1. Wow. Can't tell me I haven't seen that pitch 6 times in the same location, and 5 of them have been called balls. That one was called a strike. Here's the 0-1 from Lauren Wiles to Tristan Doster. Takes a swing and misses. No balls and 2 strikes. On the freshman out of Fort Dodge, she had two-time first-team All-State selection for the Dodgers. Here is the 0-2 to her, a pitch that's down and in. She holds the high school home run record at Fort Dodge. She played 4 other sports besides softball: basketball, volleyball, swimming, and track and field. So an all-around athlete is Tristan Doster. Here's the 0-2. Here's the pitch from Wiles, a pitch that Doster gets around on and will bound it foul just behind head coach Renee Gillespie down the third base line. So the count remains the same at 2 no balls and 2 strikes. Tristan has been catching pretty much consistently since the mid-March trip to Kansas City. Here's one that she'll foul right off of her instep and remain at the plate. She did start a couple games at first base, 3 to be exact. Oklahoma, game number 1 against Wisconsin. And then the first game at Maryland, and the second game at Maryland. And then since then, it's been all catching. Here is the 1-2. She swings at and misses. So she's down on strikes. And that is the second strikeout of the game for Lauren Wiles. And it brings up Riley Sheehy. Sheehy, the senior out of Newtown, Pennsylvania, northeast Pennsylvania. Just a little hop and a jump from Philadelphia. Here is the first pitch to her, called strike 1 on the outside corner. Riley, 0 for 4 in the first game today. Actually, 1 for 4. And here's a pitch that she hits right back to Wiles in the circle. So 2 gone, and Iowa's top of the 6th inning. Going to bring up Bradley Klosterman. Klosterman yet to get a hit in this series, although she did score runs, got on an error in the 9-inning game, the first game of the doubleheader today. Here is the first pitch to her. It's right down the middle, and it's called strike 1. Top of the 6th inning, Hawks at the plate, 2 outs, top of the order, and Bradley Klosterman. But the Hawks trail 5-0. Here's the 0-1 from Wiles, a pitch that Bradley gets out to left field, and on the line drive, caught out there in left field by Stevie Mead, and that quickly ends the Hawks here in this top of the 6th inning. The no-hitter continues for Lauren Wiles. As we go into the bottom of the 6th inning, Danielle Davis, the number 7 hitter, will be at the plate for the Fighting Illini when play continues. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
There's a sense of pride that comes from the life of a farmer. How many people can say they have a famous tan named after them, or be known for their wave when they drive past neighbors and strangers alike on a 2-lane road? Whether it's a farmer's tan or the farmer's wave, we are proud to be known for a lot of things. We feel that pride every night at the dinner table, knowing we feed our family and yours. Iowa Corn is proud to be on the sidelines cheering on the Iowa Hawkeyes. In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa.
Well, the University of Iowa will be at Iowa State this Tuesday, the 26th. That'll be the Iowa Corn Cyhawk Series continuation. And that'll be a 4 o'clock first pitch start time Tuesday in Ames. I'll have the broadcast for you a little bit before the hour of 4 o'clock. Usually a pretty competitive softball game. Iowa State last year had one of the better players in the country in the last 4 years in Sammy Williams. She's not with them anymore. They got a pretty competitive team the way it is. I mean, they're in the Big 12. They're playing at Oklahoma this weekend. I know the Hawks played against Oklahoma back in March, and it wasn't a good outing. It didn't even last 5 innings as they got beat 20-0. But Oklahoma is an outstanding softball team. See how Iowa State's doing in Emma Henderson will come in and pitch for the Hawks. And you got to give credit to Catherine Cerna. She did a nice job for the freshman. Emma Henderson will come in now. She last pitched against Ohio State last weekend, threw 1 inning, gave up 2 hits, walked a batter. And she'll be facing Danielle Davis. Here's the first pitch from Henderson. Davis will get around on it, foul it back. Catherine Cerna went 5 full innings. Gave up all 5 runs. Emma Henderson making her 7th appearance. She does have one game started. Here is the 0-1. That's now 1 ball to 1 strike. She's thrown only 8 innings, 8 1/3 innings, given up 20 hits, 15 runs, 9 of them earned, 7.56 ERA, 3 walks and a single strikeout. She has given up 3 doubles, a triple, and allowed 4 home runs. Even in the count to Danielle Davis, and a 1-1. Here is the 1-1 that's hit out into between short and left. Coming in to make the play, Riley Sheehy from left field, calling off Sophia Morris. And that is out number 1 here in Illinois' bottom of the 6th inning. It brings up Jalen Vickery. 0 for 1. She's walked 1 time. Oklahoma beat Iowa State, at least in one game that I see, 9-0. I'm assuming that would be from today. Here is the 1-0, and that's called strike 1. 9-0 in 5 innings. Oklahoma does that to Iowa State. Yeah, that was today's game. Emma Henderson in the circle, the battleground Indiana native. She and twin sister Anna come across the state lines to play for the University of Iowa Hawkeyes. This pitch is down and in. And in the game on Friday, also a 9-0 win for Oklahoma. So they'll play a 3rd game tomorrow. Here's the 2-1 to Vickery. It's outside, 3 balls and 1 strike. So that'll be the same Iowa State team that the Hawkeyes will travel to face on Tuesday. That'll be a 4 o'clock start as we continue the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk series. The annual battle between the two fabulous institutions in the state of Iowa and Iowa State. You know, of course, we pride ourselves in the amount of corn that we plant and harvest each and every year. One of the top corn-producing states in the country and around the world, to be honest with you. But as much as anything, we made it kind of an athletic competition, and it's been going on for like 17 years. Nice concept between the marketing departments that put this together. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Jalen Vickery. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning, a 5-0 lead for Illinois. Emma Henderson in the circle for the Hawks. Here's one that she'll dribble right to Sammy Diaz. Underhand toss to Kalenna Burns, and it's out number 2. That'll bring up Miranda Gallardo. Gallardo, the junior, has a sacrifice bunt and a single. She stole second base, batting in the number 9 spot. Here's the first pitch from Emma Henderson. And it's a pitch that Gallardo will bounce right to Sophia Morris. Had to charge in from her left, going to her left. Picked it right up and had to make a snap throw across the diamond. It does so. And that will end the Fighting Illini here in the bottom of the 6th inning. But Iowa down to perhaps its last at bat. They're down 5-0. How ironic can that be if they can score 5 times here in this half inning like they did in the top of the 9th inning in the game number 1, of which they won 7-3. We'll find out when we return, and it'll be Nia Carter starting it off for the Hawks. This is Iowa Hawkeye Softball on the Hawkeye Sports Radio Network YouTube channel.
Have you heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit Epson.com/TV to learn more.
5-0 lead for the Illinois Fighting Illini as we head into the top of the 7th inning. Iowa has been shut out here. They've been hitless in this game and committed a couple of errors that has helped Illinois get those 5 runs. Nia Carter will get it started for Iowa. She's grounded out and popped out to shortstop. Nia 1 for 5 in the first game of the doubleheader today, but 0 for 3 in the game on Friday. So the top of the order for the Hawks, not having the best of games, and yet they're still competitive. It just shows you how much development that the other parts of the batting order and the talent on this team is starting to come as they get together. Here's the first pitch from Wiles, and Nia Carter squared to bunt, tried to slap bunt it, and is called strike 1. So now no balls and 1 strike on the junior out of Rancho Cucamonga, California. Here's one that she lifts out just beyond the outstretched arms of Megan Ward at shortstop. So Nia Carter starts it off in a little rally here for the Hawks in the top of the 7th inning with a leadoff single. She actually 1 for 2. She walked in her first at-bat and was forced at second. She grounded out to shortstop in her second at-bat, now with a single. It brings up Denali Lekker. Lekker with a 2-run home run in the last game to help the Hawks to the 7-3 win. Here's the first pitch to her that's down and away. Lekker hit a solo home run in Friday's game. Hit a solo home run against Ohio State twice. So she's kind of on a tear here with 9 home runs on the season. Here is the 1-0 to her. That's called strike 1 in the inside corner. Denali just the 1 hit in the last game, but it was a 2-run home run that she hit. It gave the Hawks the 7-2 lead. Illinois would come back and get one in the bottom of the 7th, but not enough. The Hawks won that game 7-3, and at even the series wins at 1 apiece. But not this game. Here's a bounder right to Megan Ward at short. Can't play the hop. Nia Carter quickly into second base. And the error going to be on Megan Ward at shortstop. Puts the Hawks in scoring position with Nia Carter and Denali Lekker at first base. And Kalenna Burns steps to the plate. Kalenna Burns with some long ball potential. We'll see what kind of pitch that Lauren Wiles will send her way. We'll see if Wiles even stays out. It looks to me like the Tyra Perry is going to be heading out to the circle, because here comes Bella Loya and the infield. I wouldn't be surprised if she goes to Sickles. Perry out there talking to the infield. I think she's going to stick with Lauren Wiles here, let her try to finish out this game, get a complete game out of it. Just making sure she's telling her teammates that they just need to get outs, 1 out at a time, no matter how it happens. So Kalenna Burns steps to the right-handed batter's box. Burns in this game is 0 for 2. Here's the first pitch from Lauren Wiles. A pitch that's down and in. Runners at first and second. Burns 0 for 4 in the first game of the doubleheader today, and she was 0 for 3 with a strikeout in the game on Friday. So we ahead on the count here, 1 ball and no strikes. Teammates at first and second. Here's the pitch from Lauren Wiles, a pitch that's inside. 2 balls and no strikes. And the 2-0 now becomes 3 balls and no strikes. Here comes the 2-1 to Kalenna Burns. A pitch that she gets around on, bounces it over top around to the right of the shortstop Ward and to the left of Rummel at third base. And head coach Renee Gillespie holding up Nia Carter at third. And the bases are loaded here with nobody out on the single by Kalenna Burns, and it brings up Sophia Morris. See if Sophia can get a line drive going here. Now a timeout being asked for. And head coach Renee Gillespie, I believe, going to send in a pinch runner. Haley Down going to go in and pinch run for Kalenna Burns. And as well, Kate Claypool will go in and pinch run for Denali Lekker at second. So what was once a no-hitter is now a 2-hitter. Here's the first pitch to Sophia Morris. Five to nothing lead for Illinois, but the Hawks are threatening here with nobody out. Bases loaded, Sophia Morris at the plate. Here's the pitch to her outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Oh, what a nice line drive hit would do for the Hawks here. At least get a couple of runs to get things started. Sophia Morris on the day. Bounced out to first base. Here's the first strike to her. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And she grounded out to second base. Iowa was no hit all the way through 6. And now they've got 2 hits here in this top of the 7th inning. Here is the 1-2 from Wiles, down and away, 3 balls and a strike. I'm not certain that head coach Tyra Perry probably is not kicking herself for not removing or replacing Lauren Wiles in the circle. Here's the 2-2 to Morris. A pitch that she hits right to the right of the second baseman. She makes a glove-handed toss to Ward at second base, but she can't handle it. And so Haley Down will be safe at second. The run scores, and that'll put Sophia Morris on first base with a fielder's choice. And now a 5-1 game. Now what one swing of the bat can do to tie the game with a home run if we hit it that far. Sammy Diaz does have that kind of potential, although she's not hit one this year. Sammy Diaz did not hit one last year either as a freshman, so she's just looking to put the ball in place, or in play, that is. Keep moving the runners. Bases continue to be loaded. Nobody out. Here's one between short and third. 1 run will score. Head coach Renee Gillespie will hold up Haley Down at third base. And so the RBI single for Sammy Diaz scores Kate Claypool. It does move Sophia Morris on to second base. And the Hawks now with 2 runs in this top of the 7th inning. Bases are still loaded. It brings up Grace Baines. Baines does have power to change the game. Here's one that she hits out into right center field, and it's going to fall in play. 1 run will score. Perhaps 2 are going to score. And now we've got a 5-4 ball game. Grace Baines, first pitch hit out into right center field. A 2 RBI single, and that will score both Haley Down and Sophia Morris, and now we've got Tristan Doster back to the plate. Hawks with 4 runs to make it a 5-4 game, and now quickly Sydney Sickles comes out of the dugout. I think head coach Tyra Perry kind of kicking herself for not removing her before this inning even began, but I know she wanted to give her freshman pitcher a chance to get a complete game out of this. She had thrown a no-hitter all the way up into the 7th inning, but Iowa was taking advantage of it here. Now we've got a 5-4 game. And now the Hawks, even though have hit Sydney Sickles pretty easily, they did so back in the first game of the doubleheader today. Iowa was able to score 2 runs on her back in the 4th inning. And then they removed her. They brought in Tori McQueen. They brought in Tori McQueen after two runners had gotten on base. They put in McQueen in the top of the 9th inning. So McQueen gave up 3 runs. And now let me look at this. Sickles gave up 4 runs. McQueen gave up 3 in that top of the 9th inning. So the 3 runs were a 2-run home run. So the Hawks can hit Sickles. There's no question about it. And they've got nobody out. Runners at first and second. Sammy Diaz at second. Grace Baines at first. And Tristan Doster at the plate. Baines just hit a 2 RBI single. And the Hawks trail Illinois by the score of 5-4. 5 hits here in the inning. They're going to give Sophia Morris a base hit instead of a fielder's choice. Well, nevertheless, here is the first pitch from Sickles to Tristan Doster, being aggressive right at the plate, knowing they're going to get some strikes. All right, how about them Hawks on a rally here in the top of the 7th inning, leading this game, behind in the game 5-4. Here is the 0-1 to Doster, a pitch that's upstairs, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Iowa did this back in the top of the 9th inning against Illinois in game number 1 of the doubleheader today, the second game of the series. Is scoring 5 times in the top of the 9th to win it 7-3. Here's a pitch that's down and in. 2 balls and 1 strike. Sydney Sickles, the senior out of Indianola, Iowa. She is the reigning Big Ten pitcher of the week. Threw a complete game 2-hitter, 10 strikeouts against Indiana State last week, and 10 more batters she striked out in a complete game shutout of Rutgers in the series. It's the 4th career pitcher of the week award for her. And she followed her teammate, Tori McQueen, who had been the pitcher of the week of April 11. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Tristan Doster. Here is the 2-2 as she lines to second base. Actually, it's Powell that picks it out of the air on a line drive. So that is the first out of this Iowa Hawkeye, top of the 7th inning. Bases continue to be loaded, and it's Riley Sheehy at the plate. Riley has bounced back to the pitcher in her previous 2 at-bats in this game. She was 0 for 4 in the previous game today. Actually, 1 for 4. She had a base hit. Here's the first pitch to her I have her for a base hit. I'm not sure what they have her for 0 for 4, but in that first game. And then in the game on Friday, Riley Sheehy did not play. She's down on the count now at a ball and a strike. 1 out, top of the 7th inning. Illinois leads at 5-4. Sydney Sickles now in relief of Lauren Wileys, who's given up the first 4 runs to the Hawks. Here is the 0-1 to Sheehy. That's upstairs, up and in, so it's 1 ball and 1 strike. See if Riley Sheehy can come through here. Runners at first and second. Zoe Schulte is on second base for Sammy Diaz. And at first base is Grace Baines. Here's a pitch that's called strike 2. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes on the senior from Newtown, Pennsylvania. Riley Sheehy playing left field. See if she can't make contact with a pitch here. Hit it out of the infield. Give the Hawks a chance to tie and maybe even take the lead. Well, tie for sure. Here's the 1-2. She'll lift one down the left field line, and it'll drift foul. So the count remains the same at a ball and 2 strikes. This is the third and final game of the series, this being the second game of the doubleheader today. Tomorrow's game moved to this one right here because of the impending forecast being rainy and cold and windy tomorrow in Illinois, so they moved it to a doubleheader today. So the Hawks will come home tonight, and then we'll have to head to Ames on Tuesday. Here's the 1-2 to Riley Sheehy, a pitch that is just upstairs. And so they appealed down to the third base umpire, and he said no way, so it's a 2-ball and 2-strike count. Boy, what a joy that would be for the Hawks to win this doubleheader here today against the Fighting Illini. The number 25 team in the nation, third place in the Big Ten. Here's the 2-2 to Riley. Riley takes a good cut, swings and misses, and she's down on strikes. 2 gone in Iowa's top of the 7th inning. Briley Klosterman will step to the plate. Briley, in her last at-bat, flew out to left field, is 0 for the weekend. And she's due right here against Sickles. Here is the pitch to her that she'll foul back off of the umpire and into the backstop. So she's down on the count at no balls and 1 strike. Iowa trailed 5-0 coming into the top of the 7th inning and have scored 4 runs on 5 hits. Have runners at first and second, 2 outs, and Briley Klosterman at the plate. Here is the 0-1 from Sydney Sickles. It's upstairs, so it's ball 1, 1 ball and 1 strike. Briley Klosterman with 9 multi-hit games on the season, 3 of the last 4 coming into this series. Again, she's 0 for the series. But she had 2-hit games against Nebraska in Game 2 of Ohio State and a 3-hit game against Ohio State. Here's the pitch that she takes a cut at, and she misses 1 ball and 2 strikes. On the sophomore center fielder, Briley Klosterman out of North Liberty. He's to bear down on this pitch right here, put the bat on it, make something happen with it. 5-4 the lead for Illinois. We're in the top of the 7th inning. A ball and 2 strike count on Briley Klosterman. 2 outs, runners at first and second. Here's the pitch, and a pitch that Briley Klosterman cannot connect with. She strikes out, and that will end the game for the Fighting Illini. They salvage Game 3, take the series 2-1, but not before the Hawks gave them fits here in this top of the 7th inning, scoring 4 runs in the top of the 7th inning. Had runners at first and second, but couldn't get a 5th run across to tie the game to force extra innings or even take the lead and have a chance to win it. Well, that'll do it for the broadcasting here at Eichelberger Field in the campus of the University of Illinois in Champaign, Illinois. The Hawks will be headed home tonight, and then they'll head on to Ames on Tuesday to square off against the Iowa State Cyclones. That'll be a 4 o'clock first pitch start time. I'll have that broadcast for you a little bit before the hour of 4 o'clock. Hopefully you've enjoyed the broadcast this weekend as Illinois won Game 1 4-2. Iowa won the first game of the doubleheader today, which was Game 2 of the series, by the score of 7-3, scoring 5 runs in the top of the 7th inning. And then Illinois held a 5-0 lead, had a no-hitter going into the top of the 7th inning with Lauren Wiles, but the Hawks with 5 hits scored 4 runs but come up short and will end this series losing the game by the score of 5-4. Iowa goes to 2-15 in the Big Ten. They go to 19-25 overall. And the Fighting Illini go to 29-16, and they go back to 12-4 and to be in 3rd place in the Big Ten. Iowa at Iowa State Tuesday. I'll have that broadcast for you a little bit before the hour of 4 o'clock. I'm Jerry Koala. Have yourself a great rest of your weekend. We'll talk to you Tuesday a little bit before 4 for Iowa and Iowa State.